Let's jump back in and see what we can figure out. I think I was trying to figure out radiation things. Maybe I'll, oh boy, here we go. Maybe I'll actually know what I was doing. Apparently I am researching a botanical analyzer. That's cool. Alright. Quick pause, unpause. Let the simulation catch up so we know what we're doing here. Got some number of rad bolts saved up. This is actually working out really well. So that's cool. I think I researched new tables, didn't I? Communal table. Oh, it requires wood. We're never building that. Isn't there some way to get fake wood? Plywood or something? How do I get wood? Plants, mealwood. Nope. Wood burner. Building materials, yes, wood. Okay, yeah. Plywood is a kind of wood and is usable as wood for things that require wood. Great. How do I get plywood? From a plywood press. Plant husk. How do I get plant husk? Oh. It shows up automatically if you have improved farming too? Yo, we gotta teach people how to farm. Nobody has even got crop tending. Ooh, okay, we're very far away from plant husk. Alright, well, someday in the future, we may end up with this thing. Alright, well, this is holding on to all of my avocado fruits. It's still not the name. Ovagro. Ovagro figs. And I am ready to go to the surface at some point. So, maybe ready to start launching rockets. Yeah, I kind of think that there was the one meteor shower once, very early on, and never again. I think we had one meteor shower, and there has not been a meteor shower since then. Chlorine and brine? Yeah, because the dartles are here. That makes a lot of sense, actually. So I was thinking about doing some Rex farming, I think, is what I was thinking about doing. I was thinking about maybe I would get into this space. Which is actually... Oh, no, there is some amount of breathable air here, but it's mostly chlorine. But by coming in from the top, I was thinking maybe I'd be able to ensure the chlorine doesn't escape. I think was the plan. And then, hopefully, I could get in here and, like, just build a shearing station here and have just this be the farm. I don't know if that's feasible. How big is this room? 204 tiles. That's way too many tiles. Can I even put a shearing station in a room that's not a stable? Shearing. There we go. Requirements, dedicated room stable. Okay, it has to be a stable. Room will become a stable after construction. Oh. Okay. Those critters aren't gonna shear themselves. That is a thing that I believe to be true, yes. Requires power, too. So we'd have to get power up here also, wherever I end up building this. If this is a thing I really wanted to do. There's a bunch of bleach stone, a bunch of brine ice, which makes sense because dartles. Maybe I'm better off building an actual separate room for it instead of trying to take over this space. I don't know. I'm actually not sure about that, one way or the other. Wow, all the Dartles escaped here, or now are just hanging out in the brine. All right, good for them. Dewdrip. Crystallized blob of brackine. It's somewhat difficult to say. Okay. Alright, so what is the plan? What are we working on? What is the next step? Yo, I pumped out all the salt water. Go me. Proud of me. Probably. Oh, I needed more power, didn't I? That was the next step. This thing needed more power. It actually looks like it has power now. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it needs a third peat burner. It probably needs a third peat burner. We will have so much polluted water, which is good because we need to feed water to all these Avogadro nodes. And that's where it's coming from, is this polluted water. Well, we can definitely fully dig out this space now, which will give us some additional materials. Maybe. Let's make this a little less awkward. Very slightly less awkward. Someday, crop tending. Someday. Oh my god, look at how happy the lum is. Look at that grin. Incredible. I love it. Alright, am I ready to unpause is always the question. Am I ready to unpause? Am I ready to move on with my life? What is the next step here? I guess I do still want to figure out the whole plywood business. But that's going to require more and better farming, so it'll just happen later, I suppose. Oh, there's a polluted water vent over here? Lura plant. The heck is this? There are so many new things happening right now. Awaiting prey. Oh. It doesn't seem like you're going to get much prey out of here, Lura plant. Carnivorous diet. Must consume airborne critters. Ah. Lura plants are carnivorous plants that trap flying critters such as nits. Their digestive processes produce harvestable amber. Really? Amber. What do we do with amber? Amber gets pulverized into resin. What do we do with resin? I make plywood. Oh! Oh! Wow, this is such a process to get. But plywood is so difficult to get. Oh, I hate it here. You know what? Maybe the other planet just has wood. That would be great. Has swamp chard. It has bog buckets. I don't think it has wood, actually. It's got a hot tub. Wild. I am going to need to get the ore, though. That is an important thing. Supply teleport unit. Okay, this can take in... Yeah, it can take in liquids. So we can just send over... Once I turn this thing on, we can just send over oil directly. I think that's the plan. I think that is actually the next step. Tab. Press buttons. Do thing. Free hot tub. I mean, I guess so. I suppose. All right, did I find the teleporter, though? I found a teleporter, but this is the outgoing teleporter. This is the one that sends, not the one that receives. We need the teleporter that receives. The crap is this? Critter Flux-O-Matic. I've discovered an experiment designed to analyze the evolutionary dynamics of critter mutation. Once it has gathered enough data, it could prove extremely useful for genetic manipulation. Oh. Well, that sounds like a thing. New log entry. Okay. Collected species data. Analyzes critters to transform base morphs into random variants of their species. Random? Well, that's something. First aid kit. Oh, that's kind of neat. And a computer podium, which I have not inspected, despite there being a databank here. You can tweak them to poop oxygen. That does sound pretty good. No, I've played with puffs before. Those are in fact pretty neat. Parking in Lot D. Another set of masticated windshield wipers has been discovered. Masticated windshield? Who's chewing on windshield wipers? Has been discovered in parking lot D following the bioengineering department's critter enclosure breach last week. Employees are strongly encouraged to plug their vehicles in at lots A through C until further notice. Please refrain from calling municipal animal control. All critter sightings should be reported directly to Dr. Byron. Yeah, alright, that checks out. Okay, so we still need to do a bunch of digging around here in order to find the other side of the teleporter. That's where we're at. That is the next step in the process. So I guess let's do that? Whatever that looks like? How are we on materials? Very low on algae, so digging out some more algae seems like a good idea. Always want to be digging out more peat as well, so just dig all of this, I guess? We'll dig out this way and see if there's anything worth digging. Seems like a plan. Yeah, the metal hatches are pretty cool, too. I have also played with the plastic Drecos a little bit. They're a little bit hard because you have to get them in hydrogen. So you have to have hydrogen to put them in, which is rough. But it is neat. Alright. Ready to allow my dupes to continue doing whatever it is they're doing, and hopefully they will do appropriately. Get out of there. Go do the things. Do some research. Now is the time for working, and also not getting sick. Yo, very low on algae. Go get some more algae, please. Yo, people earn skill points. Heck yeah. Farming! Devonok, are you a farmer now? Devonok might be a farmer now. Who has farming as a priority? Anybody? Devonok. And auto. And pay. Okay. Do all three of those? No. Gossman and New Herald are the ones that actually have improved farming. Oh, because Gossman and New Herald want to do critter ranching. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. In a ranch room designed to have carbon dioxide bottom half for mealwood farming, hydrogen upper half for plastic Drecos. Dang. That sounds like quite the feat of engineering. Alright, well, we want to get to improve farming, so I guess you're going to learn to farm, buddy. Pay. has farming skill, but does not, like, have morale boost from farming. And who was the other one? Gossman? No, Gossman's ranching. Who else has farming as a priority? Otto. Does Otto like farming? Otto does like farming. Okay. We gotta give Otto some farming skills then. Also some morale, maybe. And Senna has been doing some of the cooking, but does not need to do the rest of the cooking. And only cares about construction? Literally nothing else? Dang. Alright. I think we start spreading out some of these low-level things and grant Senna some more strength, probably. Strength is good. Carrying capacity, also good. Do you have other priorities, Senna? Mostly building and also cooking. And also we have several people that can do the cooking now. So it's not a priority to get you cooking skill. Alright. Learn how to carry, I guess. Carrying is good. Peat. Peat. Some algae. Some more algae. Some peat. Peat and algae. Peat, peat, and algae. Is this getting up, Dot? I think this is getting that up. Give my dupes something to do. Make sure they're staying busy. Diamond. What? Oh. Diamond is miscellaneous. It sure is. Okay, so now I can, now I have displayed ornament. Vacillator recharge drop chance. Can I open it? The useless machine? This artifact is trapped in an obscuring shell, limiting its decor. A skilled artist can remove it at the artifact analysis station. Oh. Okay. What is an artifact analysis station? I can start getting this, maybe. Analyzes and extracts neutronium from artifacts of interest. Huh. Okay, yeah, we can make our way towards durable life support. Sure. In the meantime, it can just stay here, I guess. It does have a decor boost. That's kind of cool. But no, it can just stay there. That's fine. This thing is just surrounded in abyssalite. I'm just here to get to the phosphorite, man. And maybe the polluted water vent. Any other new finds in these outer edges? Cancel activation. No, we could activate it. And then I can send stuff to the other planet. Which is helpful, maybe. There's a bunch of dirt here. That's cool. We're just gonna dig all of this out. All of this needs to be dug out. Let's not pussyfoot around here. Just dig out all the things. And then we can worry about whatever else we're doing. Does this still need to be here is the thing, this liquid pump? Maybe I could just remove this pump now that I have pumped all of this out. I could also just dig more salt water into this space. That's not the worst idea either. If I want more salt water in this space. Which, like, Not unreasonable. Do I want salt? Do I want table salt? Confirm for me whether or not I want table salt. Can add to their food to boost morale. Automatically use table salt while sitting at a mess table during mealtime. Well, that's good. Yeah, okay. I guess I want table salt. What else does salt go into, actually? Applications. To make salt water. To make bleach stone, apparently. Oh, and needs to go into rust deoxidizers in order to make oxygen. I was gonna make a rust deoxidizer thing, wasn't I? Because there's rust over here. I was gonna make oxygen. Yeah, the lore and world building for this game has gotten substantially more focus since the last time I played, which is neat. That's very cool. Okay, so if I want to build a rust deoxidizer, because I am looking for ways to add oxygen to my everything, this produces chlorine gas. So there is a world in which I am storing chlorine gas. Yeah, I think if I'm doing this, then the point is to store some chlorine and keep the chlorine out of the rest of the base is the other thing that it is important for me to do in this situation. So I'm gonna use this, I think, as like a chlorine trap, since chlorine sinks below oxygen. But that also means I need to be prepared to catch any carbon dioxide. So I'm going to have to be able to pump out the carbon dioxide and the chlorine, leaving just oxygen in whatever location I do the thing. Which I am prepared to do. All right. How do rust deoxidizers work? That's convenient. Got gas storage? I think so. Yeah, I can make a gas reservoir. I do need to set this up in a situation where I have access to appropriate power. And I think I want this on the heavy watt network rather than on whatever this network is, because this is already kind of not exactly overloaded, but not in a great place either. So if I'm going to use this space, that means running heavy watt wire all over God's green earth. Instead, I could actually do it in this space, right? I could get rid of this liquid pump and get rid of this desalinator, honestly. No, I'll just leave the desalinator there. But we can use this space. And then this is the place with all the bleach stone anyway. So having this be like a chlorine trap kind of area seems like a reasonable approach. Plumbing. Deconstruct this and all of this. And then the plan will be... What's the best way to do this? Because I need to have a gas pump. So... I think I want to have, like, the deoxidizer sufficiently low enough that the chlorine that it spits out isn't going to go anywhere. But then I need to have the gas pump below it. And also I want it positioned in such a way that carbon dioxide isn't just going to spill over. So, like... This is like a little bit awkward to do the thing. Not too awkward. There's ways. There's ways and means. I think I have to deconstruct this. Let them get to work here a little bit. And then we'll stick a little bit more tile up here. So there's like a lip. Which means we're mining out this fossil. Alright, so then we're going to do this. Hello? Oh, because the heavy wall wire's in the way. Okay, okay. And then we're going to have ladder coming down here to do the thing. Attribute increase. Good job, buddy. Proud of you. This can get deconstructed. This can get deconstructed. Alright, so now let's plan out the rest of this. Which is rust deoxidizer maybe here. And it's going to need... Is there a reason to do airflow tile instead of mesh tile? I think they're both pretty much the same thing in context. Whatever. Airflow tile, I guess. And then beneath that, we'll have gas pumps. And then I have to figure out where the gas is pumping to, which is a whole separate issue. But gas pump. We'll have to have some element sensors. Some tile around here. And all the rest of this can get dug out. Yeah, airflow only if you have a reason to hold in liquid. Right, right, yeah. I guess it doesn't really matter too much either way for me right now. Alright, and then separately from everything else that's happening here, not separately, in addition to everything else that's happening here, there is some automation required. And the way that this automation is going to work is I need this thing will output green whenever it detects the thing. Okay. And the way that's going to have to work is it's going to need to run through a negation buffer. Oh. This is a pipe sensor. That's not the kind of sensor I need. I need the type sensor. General. This one. Gas element sensor. Not gas pipe element sensor. The wrong sensor, you see. And then I have a NOT gate. Input is that one, yes. Okay, so both of these collectively, if any of these are outputting red, I want, if any red, to turn into a green. And if no red... Okay, so I need to turn this into one single set of inputs, right? How does a NOT gate work? It just outputs the opposite of whatever signal it's receiving. But if a wire has... If a wire is receiving both red and green, what is the wire is effectively outputting green? Maybe I'll just have the one sensor, and that'll make my life easier. Maybe I'll only have the one sensor, and then I don't have to worry about it. Red isn't a signal, it's the default state of a wire with no signal. That makes a lot of sense. Alright. But either way, we can do it with just the one sensor and that'll work fine. And then not leads into a buffer. So the plan is, this is going to sense oxygen. So as long as it's sensing oxygen, the thing is off, because it'll be outputting green. But the moment it senses not oxygen, it'll send red, which will become green, and then the green will get propagated here for an extra 10 seconds. Implicit logical OR. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think I am out of refined materials, actually. I think I don't have enough iron for this. So let's turn some nickel into nickel. And let's make sure that everything involved has power. All right, now we got to figure out where this is pumping to, which is the next question. So the way that's going to work is as follows. The point of this is to filter out chlorine. Oh, I see. I see what I did here. We want to have this go the other way around because we want to put the gas sensor here. Okay, now they need to get to work and finish their work. Can I overlap that? No, I can't. Okay, well, whatever. That's fine. That should be fine. Okay, now this needs to be a high priority. Please come dig this out, because Harold is trapped. Thank you. Although trapping dupes in a place is a good way to make sure work gets done. That's a thought. Output pipe full. That's fine. I think that's fine? Yeah, that doesn't stay full for very long. Cool. Alright. Project so far successful. The ladder here is gone, which means I can finish planning this. Doors with locks on them? Yeah, true. Ah, you have entered the work zone. There is no leaving the work zone. I'm sure my dupes will love that. It's a good thing I don't have to care what dupes think. All right, gas filter. Thusly. Nope, not thusly. Exactly the opposite of thusly. I do this every time with the gas filter, by the way. 100% of the time, I put it in the wrong direction first. So this is going to be the inflow. We are going to filter chlorine specifically into chlorine storage. I don't know where that's going yet. And then everything else is just going to come out here to a vent, I guess. As long as the vent isn't here, that's the important part. Probably need to clear that out too. Where are we putting the chlorine storage? I guess just here? Until I figure out what I'm doing with it? We can clear out some of this salt on the way. This can be a place to store chlorine. Sure. I guess that means we want to be able to get down here. Sure, this seems reasonable. I don't see any reason not to do exactly this thing that I'm doing. There's not a way to do, like, sub-priorities, right? I remember doing that. I think I had a mod for it in RimWorld. Like, the different types of tasks that are farming. Flip is farming? Are you kidding me? That's this, right? It's farming. It is farming. Fascinating. So if I want to restrict the ability to harvest to one person while allowing all of the other farming tasks to be done by anybody, I don't think I can do that. I don't think I have that ability. Unpermitted food. Really? Tell me more about your situation, Otto. Is it because we only have good food and I have been telling you to eat bad food? All right. Everybody is now allowed to eat the good food. If we've actually gotten rid of all the bad food, then Yahtzee. Valid construction location. That's fine. That's really not a problem. Okay. This needs to search for oxygen. This thing, once it's built, actually, let's prioritize this so I don't forget. Look at these dupes doing such good work. Look at them go. About to get themselves entombed. Alright, this thing is built now. And needs to be filtering on chlorine. And also needs power. Yes, I agree. You're not wrong. And of course, none of this matters until I actually get rust and start turning rust into oxygen. So maybe the next step is let's start getting rust. Where is the rust? All the way over here. That's kind of far. Also, there's a bunch of salt water here that I'm going to have to deal with if I want to get to the rust. Yo, it's a squeaky boy! You don't see those very often. The first unrenamed germaphobe. Okay. I respect that. I respect that. I don't know. Do we have any germaphobes in the colony? I feel like I don't. I feel like that is a downside that I have avoided. But it's not one of the ones that I've avoided all the time. So it's actually completely reasonable for there to be germaphobes? How do I figure this out? Vitals? Is this going to show it? It's not, right? Like, it lets me click on them. And then somewhere here, it'll show me whatever their downside is. Maybe on the bio? Traits. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Do we have any germaphobes? We've got gastrophobes. We got a lot of gastrophobes. We got anemic. We've got a vomiter with irritable bowels. Irritable bowels? Really? Why'd I take irritable bowels? I disapprove. Germ resistant? That's probably not the same thing. Biohazardous? Oh yeah, that's the thing! -1 to germ resistant. Alright. Here we go. We found him. Congratulations, Lunar Waffles. You exist. You are real. Is there like a germaphobe thing that's not biohazardous? Is there a different one? Alright, how badly do I want this rust? Pretty badly, actually. I feel like I want the oxygen. I guess this rust is maybe closer. As long as I don't mind getting into the slime lung? All of the slime lung? I do mind getting into all of the slime lung. I would rather not have all of the slime lung. Maybe we'll go literally anywhere else. Why is there so much slime lung? Alright, cancel that rummage. You are definitely not worth it. What is your character like doing? What is your skill set, Lunar? I have you primarily doing operating and secondarily doing some farming. Ah, you are a night owl, which I guess that probably checks out. And yeah, operating and farming, I think, are your character's actual likes. We're gonna have to teach you how to do better farming, though. Because right now, you're, like, enthusiastic but unskilled, which, you know, that has its place. But I would rather you knew what you were doing. So that's going to be a thing in the near future, probably. Oh, I still haven't done the digging for the rust. I think we can go out here to get rust. I think I'm not mad about that. I just need to Sour gas. Huh. I don't think I like that either. I think there's a lot here that I don't like. So maybe we'll just go around? How feasible is around in this situation? Pretty feasible, actually. It's not that much of a problem. I thought that was going to be way worse. No, this is cool. Let's get that rust. Why has this not been finished? Nobody wants to dig out the granite, I guess? That's weird. Oh, because there's only so many people in the colony that have the ability to dig it out. Sure. Right, if that's going to just stay unreachable, that's fine. It's not a problem. I can work with that. I can live with that. Well, thanks for your help, Devonok. Very much appreciated. You're doing great. And Harold gets to punch some fossils. Might need to explicitly mark the dig. Which ones? Oh, this needs to be dug out, actually. That's a good point. There's still more digging to do. No, this one worked out okay. That was fine. I don't think we're printing any new people. Oh, we're totally printing shine bugs, though. I could print some oxygen, which is kind of neat. No, I think it's shine bug time. Shine bugs and their very short life cycle are perfect for farming resin, which is a thing that I will need if I want plywood. Do I want to set up a shine bug farm? How does one farm shine bugs? I don't think I've ever done that before. Well, no time like the present. Yeah, let's see if I can set up a shine bug farm. Tell me more about shine bugs. The bioluminescence of the shine bug's body serves the social purpose of finding and communicating with others of its kind. It's not uncommon for shine bugs to mistakenly approach inanimate sources of light in search of a friend. That's funny. It's unwise to touch a shine bug's wing blades directly due to the extremely fragile nature of their membranes. The shine bug can be pet anywhere else along its body, although it is advised that care still be taken due to the generally delicate nature of its exoskeleton. 25 cycles for the lifespan. Only need 6 cells at a time, and they eat regular food or phosphorite. They eat berries, pike apples, and phosphorite. And then different kinds of shine bugs eat different kinds of things. Sun bugs emit soft orange light. That's cute. Coral bugs emit soft pink light. Great. And also can eat other things that I probably don't want to feed them. Royal bugs emit soft purple light. I love that. That's great. That's wonderful. Yeah, I gotta feed them all phosphorite, and I don't have that much phosphorite. I've seen nearly every Every critter get exploited. Yeah, no, it makes sense. There's a lot of different ways to exploit the different critters, and I think it's completely reasonable to exploit any one of them. Yo, these eat diamonds? Dope. Or barbecue. No, you are not having my barbecue, buddy. Okay, the only thing they do is eat and lay more shine bugs. So that's all that I would be looking for from them, is I am trading phosphorus for resin at a frankly exorbitant rate, given how much phosphorite I have. So I think it's not worth it. So I will just let them live free in the wild, and when their eggs crack, I will acquire the resin from the eggs that way. They can just do whatever it is they're doing, wherever it is they want to be doing it, and that'll just have to be good enough. I think I still get resin from the eggs when the eggs crack. Like, I think that is a normal thing that happens. Yeah, I gotta play Blueprint Gacha. Frilly atomic socks. Common! Worthless. Okay, how much salt do I have is the next question. Because I feel like I have a decent amount. Yeah, we can start cracking some table salt. I don't know how often table salt gets used, but we can start making some. 6.8 tons. Yeah, sure. Let's do this that number of times. At some point, I gotta make better bedrooms, too. Alright, so this is ready. We just need to have rust, and then I can turn this business on, and it'll start working. And I'll have chlorine for a situation in which I need chlorine in the future. Which I am sure is going to be a real situation, and I will remember that. You think I don't get the resin out of it if the egg cracks just out in the wild? Oh, I might need to actually use the egg cracker to get the resin, is what you're saying. Because otherwise I don't get the resin if the egg just hatches. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. You might be right. Maybe amber is a much more reasonable way to get the resin then. At least this way, it's still a free source of eggshell/lime, so that's also fine. I can get amber from these idiots if, you know, they ever actually do the thing. But they have to actually do the thing. Oh, maybe that's what the shine bugs are for, is for Lura plant farming. That's a neat idea. Knit. Hostile airborne critters, primarily bred as food for the carnivorous Lura plants to produce amber. Their offspring must be exposed to liquid in order to survive. Interesting. Interesting. What do they eat? Do they eat? Do they have requirements at all? No. The knit is an insectoid critter that relies on supplementary nutrients and minerals from duplicates and other critters to mitigate the outsized energy requirements of its reproductive system. The knit's antenna double as maxillary palps. The hell did you just say to me? Equipped with finely tuned olfactory receptor neurons, enable them to pinpoint nutrient sources from a great distance. These same receptors activate the insectoid's flight response upon detecting certain changes in an organism's respiration, such as the sharp intake of breath that precedes a fatal counterattack. Hostile, huh? So I don't need to actually give them any nutrients or anything to farm them. They just exist on their own. That's interesting. Typically, the ranched critters produce eggs more often. Oh, that's true. There would be more eggs if they were being ranched. That is definitely a true statement. 4 kilograms of algae. Let's get a little bit more algae. Dig out just a teensy bit more. All right, and now they're starting to make their way to the rust, which is good. My God, the sparkles. I think I'm gonna dig this out. No, I don't care. This can just stay bad for a bit. What are you doing? Are you idle? Some of you are idle. Oh no, we have idlers. That's unacceptable. They really have nothing better to do? Oh, okay, we gotta fix that. That means that we're out of storage space, doesn't it? Yep, sure does. Yeah, idle is unacceptable. Get out there and do some more work. I did a research! Whoa, I wasn't even paying attention. What the hell happened here? Liquid nuclear waste? Excuse me? Highly toxic liquid full of radioactive contaminants, which emit radiation that can be absorbed by Radbolt generators. Well, that, I think... Yeah, no, it doesn't seem to have a pipe. It just... I was not expecting it to output nuclear waste, but apparently it outputs nuclear waste sometimes. I was not informed that this was going to happen. I was also not paying attention. Like, this just happened. Okay. Let's finish missiles, because we want to be able to do Blaster Maker. This thing finished, which is good. Probably. The radiation sickness enjoyers? Who, pray tell, are the radiation sickness enjoyers? I don't think I have met any of them. Space power. Yeah, there's a lot of space things we're gonna need to learn how they work in order to do space things. Deep fryer uses tallow. We don't have any of that. Alright, well, I did want the artifact analysis station, so that could be the next priority. That's fine. What do we do with nuclear waste? Okay, hang on. Maybe I'll do some research here. Nuclear waste. No results! No results. Nuclear anything? Maybe there's like a radiation protection thing? Alright. Radiation. Radiation lamp, sensor, generator. Decontam shower? That's cute. Removes germs and radiation. Okay, cool. What do we do with nuclear waste? It just sits there and provides radiation, I guess? And it's got germs on it, which are radioactive contaminants. Like, I guess I can have someone mop up the nuclear waste. And then what? And then what? Oh yeah, we definitely need a decontam shower. Alright. Let's start researching decontamination showers. That sounds like a good plan. Maybe I'll be able to fix things there. Then cancer. Yeah, probably cancer, actually. Yeah, that seems likely. Well, the germs on it are slowly disappearing. So that's cool, I guess. How close are we to getting rust? Still not. Yeah, getting through all of this abyssalite is going to take some time. So concerned. Awaiting rad bolts, sure. Which maybe means that we can take this time to finish up, this research. Salted food! Cool. How fast does the table salt get used up? It has already been entirely used up. Okay. So let's take a new hit of table salt and see what happens as a result. See how quickly that disappears. I don't know how fast they use it. Liquid nuclear waste, huh? That just sits there, I guess. And now there is some amount of contaminant in the oxygen. Great. It's a little bit radioactive out here. How bad is our oxygen gen? Oh, that's pretty bad, actually. How's the base looking? The base is looking mostly fine. I guess there's a lot of space for the oxygen to leak out into. So there's a lot of space that we could fill with oxygen, but right now the base is still mostly breathable. It's yet more reason to get this rust deoxidizer running sooner rather than later. We have rad bolts? We have rad bolts. Switch the research! Ada earned a skill point. That's great. I'm happy for you. What do you want to be doing? I guess all of the things you're already doing. What are your priorities, Ada? Tidying, supplying, and storing. Yes, okay, that checks out. I guess we could also prioritize building for you, since that appears to be a thing that you're good at. And give you more ability to do that thing. Sure. I'm so concerned about the nuclear waste. How's Travaldo doing? Are you living, my friend? Being exposed to nuclear waste like this? You. What is your deal? How are you doing? Absorbed rad dose, 0 rads. Okay. Because you dump it whenever you go poop. That's good. That's good. So you're okay for right now, is what I am hearing. Food has decayed. No, my toasted mimolette! Sweep it up. Get it out of here. We have too much food here. Otherwise, everything is known. Everything is as expected. A quick peek around the territory, see if we have uncovered the thing that I am looking for. Doesn't look like we have yet uncovered the next stage in thing I am looking for. So we do have to be a little bit more proactive about digging out to new territory, I think. Although this is a lot of uranium, I don't know how badly I want to be digging out into uranium territory. That seems dangerous and scary. Very slowly making progress here. That doesn't seem to be moving forward particularly fast, but that's okay. It doesn't need to. This needs access codes from somewhere else out in the world. Okay, fine. Probably want access to this polluted water vent. But I don't know if that's sooner rather than later. Oh, and it's producing food poisoning. Okay. So it's food poisoned polluted water. I love that. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Also, plenty of slime lung in this area, too. So maybe it's time for hand sanitizer and, like, oxygen masks if we're going to go out into that territory? Are we going to go out into that territory? That's a good question. Can start clearing up some of this also, because more algae, more better. Look, Lumlet! Baby Lum! It's so derpy! I love this game. I'm very happy with this game. Beta hives. Yeah, I don't know what to do with any of this, so I'm just gonna not, I guess, until I have a reason to. Also, it is very cold out here, in addition to being full of uranium. Sea comb? Need to be in water. And given polluted dirt. Wow. Alright. I mean, okay, if you say so. How do you farm polluted dirt? I guess the Pakus poop it out. That checks out, actually. Oh, and then this idiot just poops out rust, huh? So we could use this as a way to get rust. How germy is this polluted area? Not very? Oh, okay. All right. The only problem is it's right on the other side of all of the radiation. So maybe I want to wait until, or go around the radiation in order to get there? Could go through the saltwater area over here. Now that I have cleaned up my ability to intake saltwater. Ah, lovely. Absolutely lovely. If I want to go through here, what is going to be my process? I guess I want to have the saltwater get dumped into here. So I could potentially do something like this. And then dig down into here. And then we can open up this territory or not as suits me. And then walk into here. And then I'll be able to interact with a Gravitas shipping container, which I haven't done yet. So that seems potentially interesting as well. Yeah, alright. That's a thing that people can go do. Go do the thing, people. Travaldo! Travaldo is not Trobio, but he makes me want to say Trobio. I guess we can teach you how to carry things. Don't seem to have anything particularly interesting to do otherwise. And people are mostly running around cleaning things up. That's where they're at, I think. Figure out the order in which to dig this out so that it gets dug out without removing their ability to dig out the rest of it. I think that works. Yeah, looks like we're good. Ren has earned a skill point. What would Ren like to be better at? Ren's mostly doing the cooking, so I think improving his carrying supply is probably the best bet. But also pyrotechnics. People are eventually going to have to make blast shot, although that might be a ways away. We are out of the thing, so continue working on missiles until it gets another rad bolt, I guess. I need to be better at monitoring this. And I don't think the hammer has gone off yet. We're gonna watch it shoot the rad bolt. It did it! It shot the rad bolt! Hooray! That means I can change the research back. This is a lot of unnecessary back and forth, I think. Wow, we're actually burning through this polluted water really fast. That concerns me. Am I gonna have to find a source for polluted water? I mean, I guess I'd need a source for regular water. You know, I do have a source for polluted water if I want it. Now that I think about it. On account of there is a polluted water vent right here that is giving me all the food poisoning I could possibly want. We'd have to run some pipes, but I've done that in the past. That's not a problem. So I'd want to hook into this pipe specifically. That seems reasonable. That seems doable. This is pretty far away, though. Station? Botanical analyzer. Yeah, how does this thing work? Identifies new seed subspecies. That's not a lot of information. Okay, let's build it and find out. Oh my god, it's huge. Why are you so big? Holy. Where am I gonna put this enormous monstrosity? God, why is it so big? Okay, sure, yeah. Let's just dig all this out and, can I not put that there? Oh, that space is metal refinery space. Okay. I take it back. So it needs to be here. Which is doable, I guess? Is doable, I guess. Let's find out what this thing does, I guess. How's this coming along? Slowly. Yeah, all right. Really do need to finish this research. Local colony. Oh, improve farming skill 2. Okay. And then we have to give it a seed that has an unidentified mutation. Which, do those even exist? I don't know. All right, well, until then, this will just exist and not matter. I guess that's fine also. Maybe we can find a mutated sweatcorn seed. Sweatcorn. So miserable. Burn that fertilizer. Still awaiting rad bolts. Okay. Let's switch it to... I did want to get to the artifact analysis, so we can do this while we're waiting for rad bolts. There are things to research. Boom! I don't know why that amuses me so much, but it amuses me so much. Alright. Keep working on decontam. How's that radiation business working out for you? Pretty good. You're still doing okay out here. Alright, that's good. We finished with the blast shot maker? We did. Good. Does that mean I can make a blast shot maker? Is that a station? Blast shot maker. Heck yeah. Requires a lot of refined metal and also requires petroleum. So I need to have petroleum I need to have the full petroleum business before I can even start worrying about whether or not I am making a blast shot maker. So we've really got to finish exploring this place and find the other half of my supply teleporter. That is a high priority. Oh, there's easy to get rust out here. That isn't going to cost me anything, probably. Ah! Wrong button. And I can maybe do something with this Wheezewort. Maybe. More things for my idiots to do. All of this space to dig out. Look at all this carbon dioxide. I suspect I'm going to use this carbon dioxide for rocketry. But I am not yet willing to start storing carbon dioxide. I'll worry about that later, too. I could start storing carbon dioxide, actually. I also don't know how much rocketry I'm going to be doing. Sounds like an interesting idea, but... I'm very far away from knowing how to do any of that. Among the many other things I don't know how to do. Yeah, I wish this thing would inform me when it had rad bolts. But this hammer business is just not the business. This thing is not working. Hammer strikes the building to the left when it receives a green signal. But this thing has just never output a green signal? Sends a green signal when its rad bolt storage is full. I guess I'm just on the ball enough that it's never filled up on rad bolt storage. It's possible. Why are you so slow, Senna? What is your deal? What is your athletics? 4. Do you have, like, are you sad about something? Is that why you're walking slowly? No, you're just walking slowly. Oh, because I was at 2 speed instead of 3 speed. That's why. That makes sense. We're out of table salt again. I wasn't watching closely enough. We should make more table salt again. Net positive on food still. New printables. Okay. What care package are we printing today? Knit eggs. Oh. No. No. No, no, no. I mean, maybe if I want omelets. I guess I could just take them for omelets. I'll think about that. But I don't want to print any dupes right now. Maybe I'll just grab them for omelets? I'm kind of not opposed to that, actually. Maybe I'll just grab them for omelets. What could go wrong? True story. Yeah, alright. Make me some omelets. I do need to make an egg cracker, though. And my, my kitchen is rather full at the moment. Kitchen. Food. Egg cracker. I guess we'll put it down here. And then it won't be in the kitchen, and that's also just going to have to be okay. Why do I have any Avagro figs? Those should all be here. Every Avagro fig should be over here. Ah, they are. Okay, great. Yo, we got rad bolts. Continue working on advanced sanitation, I guess. Alright, we got some table salt, too. Saw that happen. Did we do it? Did we fully research? We did. Alright. Might as well finish that, actually. Because I want to be able to make these showers. Did the table salt immediately get used up? How did this work? Table salt, 5 grams. Heck yeah. Yo, these toasted mimolets are constantly getting decayed. Which, like, I guess we have enough food that that's not a big deal. But it's still weird. But 0 table salt again. Does table salt get stored? Yo, this table salt gets stored in the mess tables. That sounds like a meme. The table salt is stored in the mess table. How fast does it get used up? I guess if it's storing 5 grams in each of these, 816. So every 1 hit of this fills up a mess table. And then at some point, that mess table runs out and I have to do it again, but I don't know how fast it runs out. Okay. Eat some more salt, I guess. Algae's doing all right, it seems. Alright, I think I don't need to be looking to see how much table salt I have built up. The egg cracker is ready. Alright. Crack some, plug slugs? What the crap? Where's the knit eggs? Wait, can I not eat knit eggs? Can I not crack a knit egg? Divergence. Lums, dartles, pokeshells, divergence. Shinebugs, slicksters, pakus, jabos, puffs, rexes, plug slugs. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna find out what could go wrong. Because apparently, I cannot eat a knit egg. Why can I not eat a knit egg? And they hatch in like 2 cycles, so they hatch so quickly. Oh boy. Okay. Let's at least get them contained. I think that is a thing I could probably do near future, is put them in a hole and not worry about them. At least until I am ready to do something else with them. Whatever that something else is. Maybe nothing at all forever. Kind of leaning towards nothing at all forever. Okay, so new plan. Door. Storage bin. And prioritize these, please. Whenever you're ready. And you take exactly knit egg and take them all at high priority. No research focus. We have plenty of rad bolts, though. What is another thing that I need to research that requires the thing? Signal counter. That's cute. Memory toggle. That's also cute. Gas distribution. Catalytics. Leechstone. Advanced chemical production. What the hell? What is any of this? My god. Alright, yeah, let's learn some radiation protection and or... Oh no, radiation storage seems like a good idea. But first and foremost, now I can make a decontam shower. Once I have found lead. I should have seen this coming. This should have been obvious to me. This... Yeah, I should have known. I really just should have known. Okay. That's fine. Probably. Yo, chlorine gas vent? Dang. We really are finding the goods out here. But none of it are the goods I need. I need different goods. Go digging out to here and see what I can find. Maybe I'll find something interesting. Like more salt, I guess. Alright. What kind of thing is lead? Given that I have not seen it. Does it show up here? No. Lead. Lead. Solids. Sure. I mean, it has a lot of applications. Also, plug slugs eat it. Great. Soft yet extremely dense refined metal. Oh. Okay, so it is a naturally mineable refined metal. That's fascinating. What are the odds if I go to the materials overlay, I will see lead anywhere? Gold amalgam, uranium ore, wolframite, iron ore, cobalt ore, gold amalgam, iron ore, gold amalgam, more gold amalgam on the surface, gold amalgam. This is the kind of thing that only shows up, like, in the really hot parts of asteroids, isn't it? Is there lead out here? Lead. Yes. There is lead out here. And it's all below ground in the oil area. Okay. Well, this free hot tub is starting to look more and more appealing. Might need to send somebody out here to go digging around. What does activation require? What does that mean? Who needs to activate it? Duplicate operation required. Okay. Which duplicate? Does somebody specific? Field research skill. Field research is here. Literally only Travaldo. The one dude I have doing all of my research. So I guess I could send Travaldo over. I suspect the best way to do this is send somebody that I care less about over. Have them do all of the digging and open up the territory, and then send Travaldo over to just poke all of the supply teleporters on his own. This one is pokeable. This one is actually almost pokeable. And once it's been poked, I can send Travaldo back, and then we can set up some other kinds of resources here to actually do the other thing. Man, solo duplicate, it must take so long to get anything done. Alright, before I spend too much time considering what is probably a bad plan, although maybe the best plan given the situation, I am going to take my usual stream break here, and we will come back to this momentarily and get back into the base building. Oh, there's another thing here. Wow, this place is filled with things. So many things. So many things! All of the vents are all, like, right here. Dang. I'm still weirded out that you can't eat knit eggs. Like, knits are literal 0 value. They are exactly an annoyance and nothing else. Unless you are farming them for lura plants. Okay. Get out of here, I guess. Table salt. Table salt. No table salt. Table salt for them is wanted, I suppose. Also, Nwashot can do more art. Do more art, Nwashot. Wait a minute. We gotta roll gacha again. See if I get another more common socks. Nope, just common pants. Alright. A clean pair of red pants that go with everything. Oh, well, they're red, so you can't see the blood stains. That's nice. It's like a red shirt, except more ominous. Okay, so, in addition to the annoyance that is knits, which I guess makes sense, literally designed to be annoying, I was thinking about doing something over here. Yeah? We were gonna do a thing over here. There is still a ton of oxalate around here, so it's not like oxygen is a problem. Place is very well oxygenated. So we could just send somebody over here and they could do the thing. It's not going to be a problem. So I guess let's just send somebody over here and they'll do the thing and it's not going to be a problem. All right, Travaldo. You got work to do. You have exactly 2 work to do. Travaldo! Can do research later. Nobody else wants to do research? I mean, people might want to do research, but nobody else is prioritized for research, yeah? People are allowed to do research. They just don't really. I guess Ruby has 1 point in research. Are you interested in research, Ruby? Ruby, tell me more about what you want out of life. You do actually want to do... Wow, look at all this stuff. Look at all the stuff that you could potentially be doing with your life. Maybe we'll make you do some of that. All right. All right, Ruby. Get some research done. Enjoy researching. Duplicate warp ready. Go! All right, buddy. You got here just in time to poop and take a nap. Great. Eat some nutrient bars, go to bed, wake up, hit a couple of buttons, and then move on with your life. Popped eardrums, really? That bad, huh? Ah, it is very breathable out here. That is true. Sure is breathable. Attribute increase. Fantastic. Triangulating. Wow, this takes forever. Alright, the thing is turned on now. Teleporter disabled. Oh, right, both sides have to be turned on. Yep. Okay, so you've done the thing, now you can go home. That was all I needed from you. Not really a way for you to take anything home with you. But that's fine. And then we need to wait like 5 cycles before this thing recharges. Alright, this thing needs to recharge first anyway, so I guess we know exactly what we're waiting for. Okay. Alright, and then this needs to be enabled. And we're almost ready to make that happen. But this is to send stuff to the other side. We need to find the one that receives stuff from the other side before we can get that lead and that oil. So, a decent amount of work to be done there. As the duplicants explore more territory for me. Slowly but surely. Rather slowly, more than surely, I think. Oh! The meteors! They're happening again! Okay, so meteors do continue to happen. It's not like meteors don't happen. But there's not a lot of meteors. And they're happening pretty rarely. Why did I turn that off? This is fine, although we are going to need more algae sooner rather than later. So let's get more algae. Waiting rad bolts, dang. Fully out of rad bolts, huh? Because I'm researching a thing. Yeah, that checks out. Well, there is not a lot of radiation left on this liquid nuclear waste. I'm still concerned that liquid nuclear waste exists. But, can be absorbed. I guess I should put this over by the Radbolt generator, huh? I didn't even think about that. Okay. You know what? I guess let's mop this up and move it so that the Radbolt generator can generate more Radbolts. And somebody will have a little bit of an exposure, and that's probably okay. All right, and then relocate this to here. And that'll be all of the thing. Also, the dude that just ran by, who was it? Was it the Herald? I think it was one of the Heralds. So if we look at absorbed rad doses, Has anybody absorbed some rad doses? Yes. Exactly the Herald, as expected. Pretty low rad counts, I think. And fully flushed out by using the bad one. Okay, cool. That's great. It seems like dupes have a decent amount of oh, you can see which ones have salt and which ones don't. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. 4, 5, 6. 6 of the tables now don't have salt if I wanted to add table salt. All right. Not that we have salt. No, we definitely have salt to use. It's fine. Yeah, plenty of salt available. It's not a problem. Skill points available. Who did it? Oh, Harold. And what are we doing with you, Harold? You want to be a pilot? I don't know about that. I mean, I guess this is free, but maybe we could give you something useful instead. What are your priorities, Harold? Cooking and nothing else. Many things you are willing to do, all of which you are doing relatively poorly. Okay. Just give you some more strength for... Nah, let's give you hard digging. Let's make you slightly better at digging. That seems reasonable. I like having excavation bonuses on people. Did you do the thing? Hello? Did it get emptied out instead of moved? It looks like it emptied out for some reason, and I'm not entirely sure how or why. That's odd. But now it's like way heavier, like 3,000 germs when it was down to like 30 germs before. Radiation overlay. We're still getting a lot more radiation out of the Wheezeworts than we are out of the nuclear waste. So it has radioactive contaminants, but it is not emitting radiation. Interesting. All right, and you have not much of a rad absorption, which is fine. Okay. Whatever, I suppose. Whatever, I suppose. Ooh, there's another thing here. I don't know what thing, but there's a lot of thing that I could maybe end up taking advantage of. I really should start getting this polluted water over to my rapidly depleting source of polluted water that already has 1 million food poisoning in it, so why not a little bit more? It's gonna be a struggle to get there, though, and I might have to release the nits. Tiny baby! I love that this status, this tiny baby status, has the exclamation mark. That's so good. I'm so happy for them. Them in their tiny baby status. All right, so what am I doing with this once I open it up? Like, I think we do need to just open this up and get access to this, because I want access to the polluted water. So what does that look like? That looks like coming down, not from the side, actually. I think just straight up from the top. Like this. And then we'll set up the pump here. But how am I getting into this space? Through here, I suppose? Trying to avoid knocking out the bleach stone so there's not too much extra chlorine in my base. So something like this. Oh, that's going to take a while. But alright. Get on with it. And it doesn't look like I am getting any slime lung here. It doesn't look like I'm hitting any of the slime, so that's cool. I guess none of this is slime? This is all part of the chlorine biome as opposed to the slime biome? Even though there's gold amalgam here? Hold on. Concerns. Show me organics. Polluted dirt. But no slime. Wild. Algae. Where's the slime? Is there really no slime anywhere? Here we go. Oh, slime just around this thing specifically. And otherwise, it's all polluted dirt and algae? Wow. That's fascinating. Lucky, I guess. All right, dupes, you got plenty of work. Get to work. Do the work. Outer rad bolts. They'll figure it out. I trust them. It's probably the least reasonable statement I've ever made. But sure, I trust them. Look at how much table salt we've got. They're doing great. Table salt immediately sent over to the mess table that doesn't have table salt. And we have skill points available. Again. How do I keep missing this? Pay. You need to get better at farming, maybe? I thought you needed to get better at farming. But apparently, that is not what you need to get better at. Why do you have an agriculture burst if you're not interested in farming? Maybe we'll make them get better at farming anyway. Hello, Pay. Hello, friend. Yeah, you've got farming as a priority. So maybe let's make you better at farming anyway. Even if it's not something you are, quote-unquote, interested in. No morale boost, just farming. Gossman earned a skill point. Wow, everybody's earning skill points these days. Oh, farming! No. Critter ranching. Damn it! I mean, I could give him crop tending, but that's really not the direction I need to go here. It's time to give you carrying. Everybody needs carrying. Everybody gets to carry. Nothing new out in this territory, except for whatever this vent is. But maybe keep pushing through here anyway? See if we can find... It's a very, very slow process to get to the rust out here. For sure. Another one here? Okay. I think I will just dodge this. Because I don't want to be... I don't want to spend too much time in the middle of whatever this mess is. A lot of salt water. That's fun. That's cool and fun. Feels like this might be something relevant to my interests. Maybe I should dig towards here? I could. There's all this cobalt ore that seems like it would be nice to get, nice to achieve. Nice to be near. The real question is, do I want to go through all this bleach stone or not? My money's on not so much. But like I could, you know. It's not illegal. Definitely want phosphorite. What am I doing out here? There's a giant chunk of phosphorite here. Yo, I'm gonna go get the phosphorite. Let's do that. That's going to be easier to do also than all of the other garbage I'm doing. More free for resources? Yeah, we definitely need more. All right. Go do stuff, dupes. I've given them so much stuff to do. Yo, it's too hot for the brine ice? The brine ice is melting. When does the brine ice melt? Properties. Melting point 16.5. Okay. Wow. Yeah, it's too hot for brine ice. This is just going to all melt into brine. Fascinating. How did it get so hot over here? I guess we'll never know. It's a mystery. No! What? There's bleachstone! Disaster. I was not expecting bleachstone. Now there's chlorine. Curses. I'm so glad that dupes hauling around materials, like the materials that they're hauling around, don't gas off while they're hauling them. Thermal overlay. That's true. That is a thing that would maybe provide answers. It has provided no answers. I mean, all of the heat is on the outside of the abyssalite. And I guess the closest we've mined out some of this. So maybe heat is coming in through here. And going all the way down to... Yeah, that kind of checks out. A little bit. Not really. Maybe. Because this is the one area that has the most not cold of the cold area. Yeah, I don't know. It's a mystery. Cool chlorine gas event. That's very cool. Ooh, the Megafrond is eating chlorine. Alright, what's the next thing we're researching? I guess let's just head to this thing? Yeah, let's just do it. And I'm not going to be paying that much attention to whether or not we're eating rad bolts. You can just do the research at whatever pace feels appropriate to you. People who do the research. Starvation. Why? Why? Have I limited you in terms of what you were able to eat? No. Are you just dumb and haven't eaten for several cycles in a row? Yes. Maybe go eat, idiot. You can just eat a food. New printables are available. Is it food? It's Idilla seeds. Because I'm still not printing people. Oh my god, look at this hair. Look at this person. Freja? I want to be your friend. Eventually. Frostproof. That's kind of sick. Ah, they're a mouth breather, though. What a disaster. Yeah, that's unacceptable. Alright, print an Idilla seed. I don't know. Do I care about Idilla seeds? Not exactly. Oh no. This, oh, the sand! Okay, yeah, I see what happened here. Alright, this is a problem. Fortunately, we can do this. Just mop it up, I guess. Mop up some of it, I guess. Which was always the plan? Which I think was always the plan. But, like, this is way too much liquid to actually mop up. So, not today. I'm gonna keep trying, though. Ooh, I'm actually getting it. Research complete. That's fine. It's not the one that matters. Heck yeah. Mop it all up. Now we have this one trapped Poké Shell up here. What am I going to do with you? I think I'm just going to let you die. They eat polluted dirt and rot piles. And they excrete sand. Okay, that's kind of neat. But also, like, I don't care. Do they have... Do the variants dwells in ethanol? Oak shell. Eat polluted dirt, slime, and rot piles. The shells can be crushed into wood. Lime shells. Wood shells. Their shells are garbage? They don't. Drops shellfish, sure. Eliminate germs. Okay. Wow, that's neat. Poké shell molt. Do Sandshell have Sandshell molts? No. They just die into shellfish. Oh, they're edible in a way that Poké shells aren't. Unless their shell is edible? That's what that is? Well, an oak shell molt sounds fantastic. Oak shell happens more often when they live in ethanol? I don't know how to make that happen. A pool of ethanol for the Poké shells, I guess. It's a weird thought. Yeah, sorry about them soggy feets. Doesn't sound like fun, does it? Almost ran out of storage space again. People are doing work. How's the salt going? Oh, ran out of salt. Dang, you ran out of salt quick. Does it get fully used up in one application? Or maybe they use 1 gram of it at a time? I guess I don't know. I guess I'll find out tomorrow. So I will not schedule any more table salt creation until after the next round of salt usage. There's more skill points! There is always more skill points. Dang. Lunar Waffles. Yo, Lunar Waffles, what do you want to be good at? Farming? You want to be good at farming? Because I think you're about to be good at farming. Yeah, let's go. Obtain farming skill, idiot. Learn to be one with nature. These still haven't hatched? These take forever. Oh my god. How long do they take? 3% per cycle. Jesus Christ. Okay. Which is like 30 cycles? 34 cycles to hatch a goddamn lum egg? Ugh. This isn't reachable. Interesting. Can make it reachable. Could be reachable if I want it to be. Can't stop me. This is still at 5. 5. 5. 5. 3. I guess you already used the salt. 2. Yeah, it kind of feels like maybe 1 gram a use. Definitely have enough salt to turn it into table salt, so that's good. That's why incubators... That is completely fair, actually. That is an entirely reasonable sentence. I don't know why I didn't think about that. How are we doing on oxygen, since oxygen is lacking in generation? Still very breathable everywhere. Very breathable most places, even though I am not producing enough. So still fine, I guess. Wow, you're just gonna keep doing this forever, aren't you? Very slow to clean up. But we got Poké Shell Molts, which can be crushed for lime. So I guess also do that forever. Since eventually I am going to want steel. Slowly and infrequently turn my salt water into regular water. Struggle. But doing it, and I love that. Attribute. Heck yeah. Good job, New Herald. Found a snack fruit? Nobody likes that. Can I feed the snack fruit to somebody else? Get rid of the snack fruit somehow? What is the benefit of having a tame lum? I guess the benefit of having a tame lum is eggs. Huh. And they last forever. 200 years? Cycles? God, the lums are gonna outlive my colony. In fact, this lum is older than my colony. Wow. Good job, that lum. All right. This is open. We can finally do the thing. Knock, knock. Greet occupant. Okay. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna greet him. Let's see what happens. Coal and Idylla seeds are new. Okay. Tell me more about these Idylla seeds. What is an Idylla flower? Rare species of everblooms that thrive with very little care. These springy blossoms can be bopped gently for sensory entertainment. But hands should be washed immediately as the petal residue can permanently stain most textiles. Decorative plants with soft pom-pom shaped blossoms. So big decor boost. Oh, but they function best at low temperatures. But you know a place that has low temperatures? It's the place right next to both of the Wheezeworts. So we could plant it here, and then it would help make this place prettier. Which is necessary, because this place is quite ugly at the moment. That's a lot of negative decor. They're in farm plots, though. So I would need to build a farm plot for it? I guess that's doable. Let's see if this helps. I don't know if this will help, but we'll find out. Do you have an effect on decor? You don't, do you? Huh, the liquid waste does not affect decor. Only the solid waste. Have I learned anything new about this territory? I've learned that rust exists, which is still a thing that I'm concerned about. There was rust up here, which seems like it's going to be a bit of an effort to go get. So I haven't. There's the rust over here, which is definitely an effort to go get. Still trying, but taking the sweet time. I thought I saw rust more nearby. Oh, there was the rust out here. Yeah, I was going to go for this. That's what I was doing. That's why we're digging this out. Oh, found stuff! Cool. It's not the stuff I was looking for, but it is stuff. Do you like stuff? I need to start digging towards this rust, I think. That is my next highest priority. Yo, we got a saltwater geyser. Oh, this is sick. What are we wanting rust for? Oxidization. Okay, saltwater geyser is a reason to go out this direction. That's pretty good. That's going to take some work to take advantage of, but let it never be said that I am afraid of work. It's mostly the duplicates doing the work, really, so I guess it's not that much of a problem. Bunch of sand on the bottom here? I hate sand. All right, how are we gonna do this? I guess we dig through to here. And then prepare this as a route down. Am gonna want to dig this stuff out. And, you know, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that I could dig out here while I am here. Actually, let's get this fully on the way to the bottom. Fully on the bottom. Open up a little bit more space, because I don't want this spilling out to here. In fact, on the subject of not spilling out to there, we're just going to make, boop, a little saltwater speed bump. Why was this purple? That was so weird. Knock, knock. Hi. Nope. Hermit recruitment progress. Initial contact was a success. Our new neighbor seems friendly, though extremely shy. They'll need a little more coaxing before they're ready to join my colony. Do I want them to join my colony? Deliver food to the mailbox. Improve nearby decor. Turn on festive lights. For a certain amount of time. Okay. Well, power is going to be the easy part, because this is already in the right place for me to provide power. Decor is going to be the hard part. But hey, now I know a little bit more about what's going on with the mysterious hermit. I bet I am expecting Gravitas shipping container. That's kind of neat, honestly. I would expect mailbox. Can I select an object to display here? Displays a single edible object. I don't have any objects I can display here? Are veggie poppers and toasted mimolets not good enough? Toasted mimolets are +1. Veggie poppers are +4. Oh, no. They're quality +2. You need quality +4 at least, of which I have none. I have never seen a quality +4 food. All right, it's going to take a while before our Gravitas shipping container friend is even remotely interested in joining our colony. So I guess maybe we don't worry about it. Maybe we just don't care. But yes, the source of salt water is maybe the higher priority. Does it go through this desalinator? I think I actually move the desalinator. I think we set up a desalinator here, because that's where I'm going to want it to desalinate into. And by move, I mean we build an extra. Plumbing. Does this work or does this cause problems? I feel like this might cause problems. So maybe we build it such that it goes up and connects through here. I'm going to want a liquid pump, yes. And power. We're going to need power for all of this. And I think that is heavy watt. I think we are just running the heavy watt down. How do we do that? What is the way? What is the method? I think we do. I think we do this. Is it important to me to keep this wall as like a separation of something or other? Maybe? Maybe. This tile that I said to build instead Make it be joint plate. Okay! Go do the thing, kids! This is going to need some ladder, I suspect. And some extra digging. Still no rust. But I do have coal. A little bit. I think that might be the only coal in this entire asteroid. Consumable ore? Consumable ore. Because otherwise it is peat. There's a decent amount of peat. Some salt and bleach stone. But I don't think we're seeing pink anywhere else. Yeah. No, definitely not enough to start trying to use coal for power. Well, this will burn through a ton of my nickel, which is maybe okay. I have skill points. I probably have skill points. I don't have skill points. Amazing. Fully caught up. We could take another 2 hits of salt here. So that is something else for local idiots to do while they are looking for tasks. Oh, I can build an artifact analysis station. Fantastic. Can't wait to analyze artifacts. Solid control. Are we doing this? Am I doing this? I don't think I'm doing this. Renewable energy feels maybe real. If I want to eventually go to space, it feels pretty real. I do want to eventually go to space. Gas range feels extremely not real. I don't know where we're going to find natural gas. I guess from oil? Deep fryer also seems pretty unreal. Dehydrator and rehydrator? I mean, I guess. Doesn't sound fun. Water fort. Yeah, I don't know that that's happening. I think our critters are okay. Radiation protection, once I get lead, sounds real. Mercury ceiling light. Mercury. Light reduces duplicate stress? Did I know that? I don't think I knew that. That's interesting. Espresso machine, sure. Drains gas canisters into gas pipes. Sure. Computing. Fossil block. You know what? Sure. Let's do fossil art. That sounds lovely. Ruby, what are you up to? Probably suit sustainability training. Everybody loves athletics. Get better at running around. Huh. Growth suppressed. Yeah, alright. Yeah, because it's in a container. I agree. I I agree. You're not wrong. Well, this at least handles our drinking water concerns. Like water for food and water for research and stuff like that. Our manually pumped up water. It doesn't really handle the concerns for, like, the Evagros, because I am converting polluted water at a rate faster than I am producing it to make these, to make these extremely food-poisoned figs that the Lums are then immediately eating. I feel like I should just be cracking some of these Lum eggs, honestly. You're not feeling cramped, are you? Nah, you're doing just fine. I could bring a couple of other Lums up here. Yeah, you know what? Let's bring these Lums up here. You get wrangled. Let's see how well that works out for me. I have so many different digging projects that I want my dupes to get to. I have no idea at what rate they are actually going to finish any of them. The look on the Trust Lum's face. This is great. This is like, you see what I gotta suffer. I love that for him. Yo, it's Pipsqueaks. I think you are most likely to be barbecue, so maybe I just reject. We are fine on food right now. I don't have any trees for you, unfortunately, little guy. And I am still not adding more people to my colony. Oh, I guess I could be. I don't know. I feel like I want to have better bedrooms before I add more people to my colony. I guess that's not really a concern. The only concern is making sure that they have appropriate downtimes. And I actually don't feel like I need to add more lavatories as long as I have shifts staggered sufficiently. So maybe I can print some more people. And then work would get done faster, so that's cool. That is a thing I am trying to prioritize, is getting work done. Would be great if work got done. People continue to do work in some order, whatever order is appropriate. I want you to have... Wait, where's the thing? The thing is not here? Was I lied to? This. Show me seeds. Not Joya. Idilla. This is the one I was looking for. Seed of an Idilla flower. says farm plot. Why does it say farm plot? I feel like I've been lied to. It does say decorative plant. So maybe it needs to go into a planter? Yeah, none of these are the thing that I was looking for. Okay. Let's try putting it in a flower pot then and see if that works. Concerning. Maybe not concerning, just surprising. Once again, feel like the information I was given was false. Contents rad bolts. So when does it output the nuclear waste? I feel like there has been a surprising amount of nuclear waste here. Oh, you are a heat producer also. I see, I see. Doesn't look like it's very hot, though. It looks like we're doing okay. It's definitely not very cold, is the other thing, though. So maybe the Idilla flower... This is not a good place for the Idilla flower, because it's gonna be too hot for it anyway? Wasn't the Idilla flower, like, requires below 5 degrees? Isn't that what it said? I no longer remember? It's not how you spell the thing. Yeah, this temperature range is not going to work out very well for the thing that I wanted to do with it. Okay, never mind. Take it back. Don't bother. One of these days, somebody is going to learn how to farm too. Wow, you are baby. Oh, that's delightful. Gonna get lots of eggs out of you. Tell me more about the likelihood that you... Oh, always blum eggs because carbon dioxide. Yeah. Sure. You're still wild. Where are you on reproduction? Okay. New Herald earned a skill point. Heck yeah. What are you doing with your life, New Herald? You are ranching. Good. Keep it up. Continue to do the thing. Morale is not great for you. So maybe let's not do anything that requires too much work. You can take the one hit of strength, though. It's fine. All right, when the next question is... Oh, right. I forgot that I was digging out to find stuff. Biobot builder? Yo, what the hell? All right, well, we have some stuff to investigate over here. Computer desk. Implant database request. Interesting. I have been thinking, and it occurs to me that our subjects will likely travel outside our range of radio contact when establishing new colonies. Colonies travel into the cosmos as representatives of humanity, and I believe it is our duty to preserve the planet's non-scientific knowledge in addition to practical information. I would like to make a formal request that comprehensive arts and cultural histories make their way onto the microchip databases. If there is room available after the necessary scientific and survival knowledge has been uploaded, I will see what I can do. All right. Nice of them, I suppose. Starting my new job at Gravitas today, I'm nervous. B327. Mr. Grouse. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember the Mr. Krause bit. I screwed up so much today. At one point, I spaced on the formula for calculating the volume of a cone. They must have thought I was completely useless. The only time I knew what I was doing was when I helped an older coworker figure out her dumb old email. People say education isn't so important as long as you've got the skills, but there's things my colleagues know that I just don't. They're not mean about it or anything, it's just so frustrating. I feel dumb when I talk to them. I bet they're gonna realize soon that I don't belong here, and then I'll be fired for sure. Man, I'm still paying off my student loans with international fees. I can't lose this income. Wall cabinet. Inspect. Oh, it has stuff in it. What stuff does it have? Oh, that's in order. Okay, well, never mind. A hermetically sealed glass cabinet. It contains 2 sporkid seeds and a carefully penned note. Okay, we are never emptying that storage. Biobot Builder. Reboot an ambitious collaborative project spearheaded by Gravitas' bioengineering and robotics departments. If correctly rebuilt, it could save duplicate lives. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Anonymous Admirer. I am a subatomic particle, smaller than a speck of dust, flushed from your gaze at the eyewash station. My love is like plutonium, gray and dull and unbearably heavy until I am near you. With every breath, I burn with yearning unseen. P.S. I made Steve let me in so I could leave you this. I hope that's okay. I don't think you're supposed to leave the PS's on your anonymous poetry. Okay, great. A046. Practically babies. Never had the opportunity to mentor someone before. Well, mentorship hasn't gone quite how I'd expected. Turns out the young hires don't need me to show them the ropes. Actually, since the facility's gotten rid of our swipe cards, one of the nice young men had to show me how to operate the doors after I got stuck outside my own lab. Don't I feel silly? Bet you do. Alright, Biobot Builder. What's going on here? My duplicates have discovered a laboratory full of dusty machinery. The vestiges of another colony's experiments, perhaps? Another colony's experiments? Have you still not figured out what's going on here? Alright, another colony's experiments. It is unclear whether the apparatus is intended for biological experimentation or advanced mechatronics. Or both. Okay, tell me more. Decommissioned. Lacks advanced medical booster. Yeah, okay. No, that's true. Uses zombie spores and steel to craft biofueled machines that can be sent into hostile environments. Defunct biobots drop harvestable steel. Allows a skilled duplicant to manufacture a steady supply of icky yet effective bots. Gas intake and output. Interesting. Interesting. Well, that's not happening for quite some time, but that's cool. I think. Maybe. That's maybe cool. I suppose we shall see. In the meantime, I am still working on getting a water source for my colony, so this is pretty good. Good and helpful and good. Found more polluted dirt. That's something, I suppose. Found some sour gas. That's something, I suppose. Alright, how are we doing on the rest of this stuff? Okay, we're starting to run short on algae again. So time to dig up more algae. suppose we can also be ready to go back up here if I need it. But, like, am I harvesting these vines? Maybe. Doesn't seem like a high priority. Food has decayed. Sad story. More mimolets. Gone. Please turn these into a rot pile. I want to turn this space into more kitchen space, so I have room for the kitchen thing. What is the kitchen thing? Hang on. Room for spice grinder. Yes, that is the thing that I want to put here. Do I think I'm going to need that extra battery? I'm not sure, actually. Although now that I'm thinking about it, do I actually have the materials to use the spice grinder? I don't remember what any of the recipes are for it. I just remember that there is a recipe that lets the food last longer. Which, like, I guess that seems like... Outside of a kitchen? What are you talking about? How is this not a kitchen? Alright, why isn't it... Missing refrigerator. Refrigerator, huh? Why are you like this? Alright, make a refrigerator, I guess. Kitchen shall be once again extended. Kitchens didn't always have refrigerators. They also didn't always have cacti. That's true. The cacti, I think, are helpful for other reasons. But yes, we can build a refrigerator, I suppose. All right, what is the recipes, though? The freshener spice. What is this recipe? Mealwood seeds. Yeah, I don't have any of those. Fungal spore, no thank you. Waterweed seeds, that I have. All right, we could make some brawny spice, I suppose. Masochist spiced? Oh, machinist spice. That would be a very different thing. That would be an extremely different thing. All right, well, at least we could do the one thing. We can put some. We can spice up some veggie poppers. Give people some extra strength. Seems like not the worst idea. Deconstruct. 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 Misreading of the age. One of the many services I provide. Alright, we need to build a fridge. I guess I will build a fridge then. Not that I'll use it for anything. I mean, I guess a fridge here has exactly the same value as a fridge here. It doesn't make a difference. What does a kitchen even do for me? Other than allow me to use the spice grinder. It allows me to use a spice grinder. Okay. Well then. Should I move the refrigerator? I guess we can move the refrigerator completely. I guess I'm not too mad about that. Nah, the food doesn't need to be stored here. This is okay. This can just be never used. It is a token refrigerator for decoration purposes. Spice grinder accepts mutant seeds. I guess that's a choice I can make. Forbid mutants. Yeah, don't eat mutant seeds. What does that mean, you think? Are we running out of peat? Like, what's going on here? Why are you... Oh, I think losing that extra jumbo battery actually is making a difference. Okay. So we should... Another jumbo battery. Fortunately, there are plenty of places in which that could be done. This is probably the one that I prefer. Even with the peat burners running full blast, you are still... Stop. What are you doing, dude? What are you doing, my dude? Cease your actions. Travaldo out here operating for no reason. Yeah, it is one gram, I suppose, at a time. Looks like 7 more hits of table salt. Okay. What happened here? Why is there water? Who did this? Where did this come from? Zero surface germs. Okay. Who? Did this empty out somehow? Did we do something wrong with the piping? Right, whatever, just mop it up. Just fix it. Just fix the problem. It's an easy fix. I found oxalite somewhere. That was new. I have stored oxalite in here? Oh, I guess every sublimator is being stored in the place. Sure. Why did I dig out oxalite? When did that happen? Was that an accident? It might have been an accident. Maybe it just fell off of one of the things. Wasn't attached to anything anymore. So it just opened up for no reason. Oh, this dug all the way through. Okay. So now we can maybe get out to the rust. That's a possibility. Thinking about it. Would like that to happen. This is still taking their sweet time. Yeah, checks out. Let's go get some rust. Cool chlorine gas vent, bro. I should find out what's in these other venti areas. I guess once I have the ability to get through obsidian, which is not a thing that I prioritized. Yo, there's one here also? Jeez. These things are everywhere. It's like right here. Man, I did not expect that. Okay. Yeah, alright, let's find out what this one is. Maybe this is something interesting. Research complete. Fantastic. Ah, now I can do the fossil blocks, which is interesting to me probably for some reason. Very far away from plastic still. But maybe I can start the research which will lead me towards being able to do plastic? Rover's module? Flydo. What the crap is a Flydo? I don't know, sure. Yeah, research that stuff. I'm still baffled by this liquid nuclear waste. Like, I just don't know what to do about it. I guess it's just going to sit there and be wasteful. Right. I don't need to know about the oxalite. Nor do I need to know about the Agdilla seeds, actually. That's fine. You can have... The seeds can be real without me paying attention to them. It's not a problem. I do need to figure out this polluted water business, so these idiots maybe need to move a little bit faster. Might need to prioritize that a bit more. I mean, I guess if this ends up being enough water for me, then I can... Hello? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Camera, return! I'm wondering why this isn't moving. I guess because they're on their way. Oh, somebody's doing it right now. Love that. The salt water is flowing again. Oh, it's hot. Really? Wow, so it is. The saltwater geyser is pumping out hot salt water. At 95 degrees C. Okay, yup. Yup, true. True. I may have to reconsider some of this. Is this going to be a problem? How much of a problem is this going to be? What if this liquid pump... Big problem. I mean, eventually. Eventually for temperature reasons, but like immediately. I don't know. No, I'm trying to turn the salt water into regular water. It's going to run through a desalinator. Like this desalinator. Because I don't have a lot of sources of regular water at this point. Kind of suffering from that respect. Do I have steam power tech? I probably have the tech for it. At 95 degrees, though, I'm not getting steam out of this. Doesn't it need to be over 100 for me to get steam? That's what the aqua tuner is for. That is fair. I had not considered that. Okay, so what does that look like? What does that process look like? Saline, steam, clean hot water. Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. If I'm boiling it, then the steam is clean. But then I still have to cool it off in order to send it anywhere else. Otherwise, still very hot. I could collect the steam. That's not wrong either. An aqua tuner does that. Fair point. Fair point. Yeah, this is a bit of a process. Okay, so let's think about aqua tuners. Which I don't seem to have? Oh no. Nope, don't seem to have that. Alright, well that can be a thing that we prioritize. Aqua tuners specifically have a thing where they do some amount, it is very involved, lots of engineering construction needed, plus then you'd have the extra problem of how to get the salt out of the steam chamber. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is just take some salt water, cool it off, and then send the cool salt water into the desalinator and desalinate, and not worry about trying to do any particular steam shenanigans. But I don't want to be sending 95-degree salt water throughout my base. Like, that is also a thing that I would rather not do. So the problem here is I am trying to limit my exposure to the hot more than anything else. I guess I could make an insulated door if I had fibers. If I had 2,000 grams of fibers, which means Rex farming. Man, Rex farming. Rex farming, I think, is a thing. I think we need to start doing Rex farming. Concerning. The steam turbines are more for taking the heat out of the system and more or less supplying all the power for the system. Oh, really? The steam turbine takes the heat out of the system? That's fascinating. This is a thing I have also not yet researched, but... Oh yeah, draws in steam and outputs water. Put in hot steam and it comes out like 90 seawater. Okay. I mean, still hot, but not steaming. Yep. It is a power source, and I have been looking for power sources. No, we need to research the aqua tuner first. But I look here at the turbine. I want to find out how it works because I don't think I've ever used it before. Okay, so it does output water through a pipe, which is what I'm looking for. Also requires plastics, so this is... all of this is very far away. All of this is very far away. But near future, I can use aqua tuners to maybe cool off the salt water a bit before sending it up to the desalinator. I think that means I want not ventilation, plumbing. I think that means I want this to be insulated pipe. So the new plan will be... like, this is an aqua tuner, this is an aqua tuner, and this is the pump. And then we'll send... we'll send it through igneous rock pipe. Alright, well, it's still going to be a process to get set up. But maybe this will end up being a little bit better for the rest of my base. Does the aqua tuner need to be... the aqua tuner is going to be real hot, isn't it? Do I need to make it out of steel, is the question. How much iron do I have? None. 0 iron. Okay, well, let's turn some of this iron ore into iron. Hungry, holding breath, sweaty. What does sweaty do to you? Increased stress, reduced stamina, reduced athletics. Huh. Yeah, it do kind of suck out here. You're not wrong. Also the lack of oxygen, which means we might need to start making oxygen masks just for the purposes of coming into this, like, carbon dioxide territory. I guess I could do that. I'm not opposed to that. God, so many vents down here. In fact, maybe I set up environment suits because of the heat? Oh, I can't do that because I don't have thread yet. I really need to start Rex farming. Ugh. All right, that's gotta be my next priority, is figuring out how to actually do a Rex farm. We've got to do the chlorine room with the dartles and the dewdrips and everything. Like, the whole thing. Just 8. Oh, boosted feather growth. Okay, I see, I see. And I think we need to do it out here in the cold territory, rather than trying to make another area cold. So that's going to be the plan. How do we make this happen? I don't know that I can afford having it be that far away from the rest of my base. So maybe I could do it Where is closer to the rest of my base and not unreasonable? I guess maybe I could come up from here and do it like here or something? Mega Frond Grain. Deep Freeze. Oh. Do I want to keep the Mega Frond? Like, maybe. Dartles can go even higher. Okay. And the Dew Drippers. Require 5 degrees. Okay, so the Dew Drippers are the most fragile part of it. Sure. And how tall are Dew Drippers? Looks like 2 tiles tall. Yeah, this area is appropriately cold, so that's fine. I just need to pick a space and then make that space my own and do the thing in that space. I am still worried about the chlorine, so we'll have to do... There is some things we can do about that. I have chlorine storage all the way down here, though, which is a little rough. Not that rough. Just run the pipe. All right, I guess I just do it. Instead of waffling about it, I just do it. So I want a space, presumably the full 96. 4 tall? 24 by 4? Does it need to be 4 tall? It needs to be at least 3 tall. Because... Because I need to be able to stick a grooming station and a shearing station in there. Do I need it any taller? Do I need it 4 for any reason? Not really. And honestly, if I can make it longer, that's more room for dew drips anyway. So I guess we make it 3 tall. And that'll be something like... What space am I going to do this in? I guess, like, the nearest space I can over here. So we'll go up to here. And then back down again. We have to have a corridor here with some airlocks. The way that's going to work is, man, this is awkward. I guess we could use this space. We could use this space. Not opposed to that. Do airlock here, not manual, mechanized. Please and thank you. Mechanized airlock. I might actually need to do an oxygen station for this, too. Think about that. Mechanized airlock. The way this works is airlock, ventilation, airlock, pump, sensor. Airlock, pump, sensor, airlock. And then we need to provide this with power. And I think that's going to be... Oh, I haven't learned conductive stuff yet? Jeez. Alright, well that's going to take some work also. This could be a separate... a separate regular wire network. I'm not opposed to that either. What do I need to do to get that set up? I think that looks something like this. I think that looks something like that. And then this will open up into a space that is... that big. And the entire roof is farm tiles, because I don't know how much space I'll actually end up using for farm tiles. But we're not going to start on any of this until this is done. Suddenly I have a lot of projects for my little dupes. I'm going to be very busy, these poor idiots. And I am ready to print new dupes, I think. We need more people here. Oh, it's doing the thing. I have some iron. That's great. 70 kilograms of iron. I need this thing. Oh, I need refined carbon. I forgot about refined carbon. All right, I can do that, though. I have a kiln. I think I have a kiln. Is that station? Or is that refinement? Here we go. Coal or wood to produce refined carbon. I do not have a lot of either of those. That's going to be troubling. I have some coal, like a very small amount of coal. I guess we can turn all of that coal into refined carbon for the purposes of steelmaking. Sure, why not? Ideally, I put this into a place where the heat is not much of a problem. But like everywhere, the heat is going to be a problem. Heat's definitely more of a problem up here. So maybe I'll put it by this cold area? Very far out of the way? Seems unnecessarily far out of the way, but whatever. Let's find some yellows or greens to put it next to. Oh, I guess I could stick it up here next to the Weezeworts. Get my radiation on. Nah, alright. We'll stick it over here. Next to the actual cold place. Time for a new friend! Maybe! Tender brisket. Nice. Gizmo. Art booster. Bionic bug dissociative. Decreased medicine, decreased husbandry. That's fine. I don't think I care about either of those particular stats. If you're going to be an artist. Also gets you artifact analysis station usage. That's fascinating. Should I print? I guess worst case he dies, right? Like, not that big a deal. I kind of want to try it and see if I can make a bionic dupe work. Like, I've never built a bionic dupe before. So let's find out what their deal is. Let's find out what their deal is. Also, I have skill points. Oh, for Gizmo. Oh, this is an interface. Okay. Booster processing, improved gears, 50% grinding gears penalty reduction. Soldering station usage +2 athletics. Huh. I have made 0 boosters. I agree with that statement. What am I doing with you? Also, how do I give you morale? I need to learn so much about you, Gizmo. Oxygen tank? Bionic duplicants consume oxygen from their internal tanks. Okay, great. He has an urgent need to relax at a water cooler. Power banks will become incapacitated until replacement power banks are installed. Has 4 cycles of power right now. Gear oil. Can oil their joints by visiting a lubrication station or using gear balm. Gunk. Regular visits to the gunk extractor are required. Oh my god, these idiots need so much infrastructure. Holy crap, this was a terrible idea. Alright, breath they're figuring out. Oxygen tank, they have a lot of oxygen right now, so that's fine. Okay. So what do we need? We need power bank generation. We need a lubrication station or gear bomb. A gunk extractor. And a way to restore their oxygen tank. How do we fill their oxygen tank? They will prioritize oxygen intake from equipped exosuits to conserve their internal tanks. Okay. How do they fill their internal tanks, though? Stunner. Distributes microchips? What does that even mean? Happy to hear it, though. We're going to require a gas bottle. I have no idea. That's a very good question. So these boosters all look like skill boosters. Things they can be extra skilled at. They all seem to provide athletics in addition to the other things that they provide, which is neat. So I can decide what this idiot is going to be good at. And whatever it is he's going to be good at, he's going to be very good at it. Because that's how this works, I guess. At the crafting station. I do have one of those. I can make a metal power bank. Yo, nice. I could maybe make a uranium ore power bank. Concerning. No ingredients discovered. Oh, trust me, no, I know where the ingredients are. No real benefit to doing that other than I'm making it out of uranium ore, which, is there a benefit there? Who knows? Maybe? Unclear? I already have some metal power banks lying around, so maybe I should tag power banks so I know how many of those I have in case disaster happens. All right, what is I needed a gunk extractor? Gunk extractor. Requires power, presumably. Liquid output pipe. It's essentially a toilet. What does it output? Like, I love that it requires a liquid output, but what is the output? Gunk extractor. Okay, gunk? It outputs gunk? What do we do with gunk? Gunk can freeze? Oh! Or at incredibly high temperatures, become petroleum and sulfur. Gunk and water at the apothecary becomes gear bomb and polluted water. The built-up grime and grit produced by duplicants' bionic mechanisms, it is unpleasantly viscous. Unpleasantly viscous. That's a phrase. Okay. It does sound like I'm going to want an apothecary. At which I can turn the gear bomb. I can turn the gunk into gear bomb. So that's cool. Okay. Gizmo is somewhat high-stressed. Well, yes. Welcome to the colony. That's how that works. So we'll make gear bomb out of gunk. So I guess the gunk extractor will just extract gunk into bottles? I'll make a bottle filler? Gunk extractor. Bottle filler. It's kind of big. thing also kind of big. I guess that's fine. Extractor. Oh, it doesn't need power. That's nice. None of this needs power, actually. Okay, so then we have an apothecary to make a gear bomb out of the gunk. Is there a better way to arrange this? Probably. Maybe I'm not worried about it. I'm a little worried about it. Gunk. What category is gunk? Is this gunk extractor in? Plumbing. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. It is considered a toilet. Oh, so if they have like a good gunk room, then that's morale. I suppose. Okay. Can give you like an actual toilet room. It does need to connect to a gunk extractor or something. It needs to connect to something. And since the thing that uses the gunk does not appear to have an input, I think it needs to connect to a bottle filler. So it'll connect to a bottle filler. And this leaves room for a second gunk extractor if I get more bionic idiots, I guess. And then I'm going to want an apothecary. All right, good enough. Oh, and it dropped a bunch of extra power banks for me. That's convenient. I'm not spending your skill point until you have a little bit more morale. Ah, and some free gear bomb. Okay, cool. So we have some initial materials so that he's not miserable immediately. Not immediately miserable. And he's just running all the time, right? He doesn't have, like, downtime or whatever. Is that right? Schedule. Where's Gizmo? Oh! Okay. They need sleep every 3rd cycle, apparently. What do you mean missing? What does that mean? Missing? They just hadn't figured stuff out yet. Okay. Fascinating. All right. Yeah, sure. Okay. I'll work all the time except for this period. Fine. Fine, I suppose. This is a couple too many people on the default schedule. I think I need one of you to move to earlier downtime. So it's going to be you. we'll see how well Gizmo works out for us, I guess. Also, I can make one of these other boosters. Converts microchip. Do I have microchips? Requires 2 units of microchips. How do I make microchips? At the crafting station. Oh. No, that's to convert into. Microchips are engineered tools containing countless lines of proprietary code. New applications are still being discovered. Okay, so I can turn them into things, but where do they come from, these microchips? If I can ask. Just, you know, for the sake of argument. If I were to inquire, where would... What? Who disabled? Nobody disabled anything. Just trying to figure out how the microchips work. Oh, because I pressed enter. That makes sense. I suppose. Makes as much sense as anything else. Is this all you need? Like, we'll have the gear bomb and also we'll have the gunk extractor? What was the other thing that you said? Hey, Guy. Guy, what is your deal? I think I need to give Guy a digging booster, by the way. Should the opportunity come up. Oh, we don't have those. Oh, we do have those. Yeah. Okay. I would like you to make a digging booster. Hey, now you've got 2 morale because you had decor. That's good. Am I ready to give you a thing? Masterworks art booster. Oh, you can just dump it? You can be no booster? What is your downside, my friend? I no longer remember. Gizmo? -3 on medicine and husbandry. Fine. A-okay. Yeah, we're gonna make you a digging booster. You're gonna get boosted at digging. Okay, one more question, Gizmo. What else did you want here? You wanted a lubrication station. Show me lubrication station. Uses gear oil to keep duplicants' bionic parts running smoothly. Liquid intake. Oh, can they not use... Wait, gear oil and gear balm are 2 different things. Yeah? Receives liquid. Okay, what is gear oil? Gear... Oil and gear balm are 2 different things. Okay. Gear oils are lubricating fluids useful in the maintenance of complex machinery. Crude oil and phyto oil. Biodiesel. It is a gear oil. Crude oil and phyto oil. And the lubrication station requires a source of one of those 2. Phyto oil. What do you suppose phyto oil comes from? Slime and seacomb leaf. Oh. Well, seacomb leaf seems like a thing that I could actually do. Because I saw seacombs over here. Maybe we can harvest seacombs. They need polluted dirt if I were to harvest them domestically. But they need to be in water. That's not too hard to do. I mean, it is a room full of whatever the water source is, which is a little awkward, but maybe doable. Full of water? Oh boy, that's actually kind of a mess. That requires a lot of water. Or at least a lot of liquid. I guess I could do something weird like a base layer of water and then a layer of polluted water on top of it. And since things can't mix, it doesn't matter how little those are, it still covers both of the spaces. That also sounds awkward to create. Alright, well, lubrication station is pretty far away from anything I'm doing right now, so I'm not going to worry about it. We'll just move on with our lives. Default bionic schedule. Work. Oh, I definitely don't need alerts about that. That schedule is... yeah, whatever. Don't give me alarms. You just do the thing. I believe in you. You can do it. You're fine. Schematics? Some athletics for right now? Definitely don't have any boosters. Grinding gears penalty reduction, maybe? If that's a thing that matters? Question, is that a thing that matters? Ranching supply self. Oh, because there's some figs to move around. Yeah, good job. Keep it up, buddy. I guess I should give you priorities, right? I should tell you what I'm actually wanting you to do, friend. Decorate is chief among them. Maybe don't farm. Let the people who are better at farming do the farming. I wonder if I should make everybody not farm. You can, I guess. Except for the people that, like, have already the one skill point in it. They can continue to do it poorly. Because maybe they'll get even better at it. Presumably I want you to be digging, but we need to... I feel like I need to get you the booster before I can prioritize that for you. So yeah, just do whatever, I guess. Help out. You're doing great, presumably. Alright, and then this is gonna do... that. Eventually. Food has decayed. That keeps happening. Alright. Into the rot pile. Starting to run low on peat. Maybe a little bit. Algae, we're doing okay. Gear bomb. Have one unit. Maybe that needs to stay visible. Medical supplies, sure. Is a metal power bank also medical supplies? I don't think so. And I'm kind of feeling maybe I just immediately give you schematics because the athletics sounds good. Get some athletics. This is still going very slowly. It's understandable. We've got a lot of things that people need to do. would like some steel. Oh, we still need the refined carbon. Right, because this hasn't finished building yet. Maybe prioritize that. So I can turn some of my coal into refined carbon. Oh, I can turn peat into refined carbon. Okay, well, let's start off with the coal. And maybe dig out some more coal. This is worrisome. No, I can't actually do that. That would need to be here instead. The liquid nuclear waste is looking extra glowy today. Okay, so that was the aqua tuners. Now I can research whatever that other thing that I said was a good idea was. What do you suppose that other thing was? Steam? No, no plastic. Not for a while. The thing that gets me plastic, I guess. Probably my next choice. Oh. I was gonna do low resistance conductors. How do I feel about that? Not a high priority. Nuashot got a skill. I was gonna give her Masterworks, but now we have a robot for that. Diamond and obsidian mining. Do you want to be able to mine diamond and obsidian? Nuashot? Probably you do, because what else are you doing with your time? Carrying. Running around. Exosuit training. Sure, yeah. Alright, get it. Corium. What is corium? Devinok's getting better at farming. Good job, Devinok. So many figs. Are you storing figs? Because don't, maybe. Okay, yeah, you're not. Excellent. Fantastic news. Alright, we do need to make some gear bomb. Gunk. Oh, there will be gunk eventually. Not concerned about it. And then all this other stuff. Serum vial. That's cute. Medical pack for slime lung. Allergy meds. Curative tablet for food poisoning. Basic rad pill. Oh, okay. Immuno boosters. Tallow gear bomb versus gear bomb. And vitamin chews. How do you make vitamin chews? Out of coal. Nope. We're not chewing coal, kids. We don't have enough coal for people to just chew it. This Lum is making noises. You know what, Lum? Get wrangled. I should maybe incubate these eggs. What is happening here? No power consumers. Correct. Ah. Right. This does need to be hooked up to a battery. I forgot about that. That is a real good point. We are flat out of peat? How did that happen? Good heavens. Oh, I don't like that. Where else do we go to get peat? Oh my god, this is going to be such a problem. That'll be good enough. I'm going to have to stop using peat burners. Gross. I thought that number was way higher. Now I am very concerned. I thought I was sitting on so much more peat than I actually have. My base is going to be flat out of power for a while if I don't figure this out sooner rather than later. What else am I doing for power if I'm not using peat burners? Can't wood burn. We're just going to have some bionic dudes running in a manual generator constantly. Jewels available. Oh, I like this. This is convenient. That's helpful. Now that I have a bionic. Power bank charger. That's probably something that'll be helpful eventually. I guess the metallic ones just like get used up and then disappear. There's not like a leftover thing that you can charge. Unless I have built an eco bank charger or eco bank or eco power bank. Power bank is the name of the thing. Not going to be efficient enough to charge his own batteries, much less the base. Probably. That's probably fair. All right, if we need to shift off peat sooner rather than later, how do I do that? What am I doing with that? I can start doing hydrogen, but the hydrogen gas generators feel like all they do is generate enough power for their own, like, hydrogen generation, which does use up a lot of water. And it's not like I have a lot of water. So that's not great either. Very far away from doing petroleum, although maybe that should have been the thing that I prioritized, like, cycles and cycles and cycles ago. Manny Rock Crusher. Buffs rough ore into smooth little nuggets. Fascinating. How far off is nuclear? Nuclear? Do you think we have nuclear power? Do you think that's even a thing? I don't think that's a thing. Nuclear comes up with no search results. Like, I have uranium ore down here. I don't know how to turn that into power. I guess if I look in the power tree, we can see what my next big producer is. Probably solar panels. Yeah, I don't have anything else that comes up as a notable producer other than solar panels. Most applications are nuclear for heat to steam to turbine power. Sure. I mean, I have access to oil on the other on the other planetoid. So we could be shipping oil back to do petroleum generators. But I feel like that's still really far away given my current tech. Oh, here it is! Finally, the other... Okay, so yeah, going for this was exactly what I needed to do. I'm still pretty far away from it, though. I need to go down here, I think. Maybe less digging through Abyssalite, though. And more digging through the rust that I came here to get in the first place? And while I am here, let's just pre-seed this area with some tiles in case stuff happens here. This is concerning. Do it like that. Zero Pete. That's bad news. That's real bad news. Why is this unreachable? I'll give you that. Oh, they can get heat resistant from the water cooler. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's no fun in there. That's for sure true. Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe I want, like, gas masks here. Or oxygen masks. So they can go in here and not have to worry about coming out so quickly. Why is there so much chlorine here? What happened? Where is this chlorine coming from? This must be from here. Must have just... Or from here, maybe. Ugh, gross. Heh. All right. Hello? Build it. Build an oxygen mass checkpoint here. Not that I am making enough oxygen anyway. That has been a problem for a while now. Where are we going to do this? I guess here is fine. Honestly, these docks don't need to be here at all. Like, this is just not getting used. We could just deconstruct this whole mess. I'll leave it in case I need it for later. We'll try 3 of them here. That seems like a fine amount. Which means we do need to make 3 more oxygen masks. And then gas pump from, say, here. This seems like a fine place to put it. Into a gas filter, say, here. That seems like a fine place to put that. And then anything that's not oxygen gets dunked somewhere. Where does the not oxygen go? Below the oxygen. So we'll say here. That doesn't seem unreasonable. What's up with this chlorine? I'm not sure when this happened. Oh, it needs power. Sure. I agree. Fortunately, that's an easy solve. This gas filter needs to filter oxygen exactly. It is filtering the right way. I did set it up correctly, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, good. So now I can start setting up oil wells. Extracts crude oil using clean water. Yeah, let's see if we can figure out this stuff. That seems like a good next thing to do. Okay, yes, good. Give me those notes. Bionic duplicates require power banks to function. Bionic duplicates who run out of power become incapacitated and require another duplicate to reboot them. Basic power banks can be made at the crafting station. All right. All right, great. Well, we have burned through 1 power bank, I guess, and are otherwise okay. Meat. We have meat? Why do we have meat? I guess a dartlet died. How sad for the dartlet. All right, well, I know what to do with meat. We turn meat into barbecue forever. All meat become barbecue at all times. You found some oxygen down here, huh? Wild. Skill points. Skill points for Devonok. Yes! Become good at farming. Now you can salvage plant husk and use the botanical analyzer. I would like it if you found the if you used the botanical analyzer. Insufficient resources seed. Okay, fair enough. I guess we haven't found anything that you would want to analyze? Do the seeds have to absorb radiation doses? Oh, what if the seeds have to absorb radiation before they can become mutated? Alright, we're gonna build a storage bin over here and put some seeds over there for no good reason. And see what happens if they become radiated. Oh, we're also running out of salt. In addition to all of the other things we are running out of. Oh! This is why... Okay, yes. We definitely need more lums here. The lum farm is good, actually. This is where we get more peat from. I recognize that noise. Meteor showers. Oh, different noise. I thought that was the I am too hot and maybe suffocating noise. Entombed. Nah, the entombed is the same. That's been entombed forever. That's not new. I could generate some water soonish from brine or salt water. I guess I have water up here that they can run to. So we're not too far out of the way if people need water. It's just a little bit of a run. Research complete. Good job. Hey, earned a skill point. Why did I give you improved farming? Oh, because you had some farming. Alright. Yeah, get better at farming, I guess. Farming? What are we even farming? The fruits? The avocados? Ovagros? I think it's ovagros. What do I have you doing? Operating and farming and building. Okay, well, that all checks out. Yeah, we can make you better at building, if that's the thing that you want to prioritize. That's fine. Pete's up at 3 tons now. Oh no. The rose bush is too hot. That's sad. That's extremely sad, actually. Temperature management. This is usually the point at which I stop playing this game, is when temperature management becomes a problem. So I don't know how to manage temperature over the... Oh boy. This is a lot I need to figure out all at once. There are a lot of problems here. Hey, Sainiku, how's it going, man? Happy New Year. Is it Wheezewort time? Maybe it's Wheezewort time. I'm gonna find some seeds to put over here. Maybe they will get irradiated. Like a single sweat corn seed. Maybe hold all of the sweat corn seeds, I guess, because I'm not really using them for anything else. Hey, look! We found some more liquid nuclear waste! Fantastic news! Probably. Aqua tuners and steam power, this is the main best way to delete heat. That makes sense, actually. That makes some sense. I have to be able to put the heat over near the steam thing for the steam thing to delete heat. But otherwise, all I am doing is moving heat around. I understand that. That is, yeah, I get how that works. Right, yeah, I guess turn all of the iron into steel. All the chlorine is going right here. Because this is right at the line to suck up all the chlorine. Oh, no. I could set up another... Oh, actually, if this is right at the line to suck up the chlorine, I could actually set up another filter. And send the chlorine to the place where I want to store the chlorine. Finally getting comfortable presenting as yourself outdoors. Congratulations, man. That is so great for you. I'm so happy. I'm glad that's working out for you. This is very slowly happening. That's fascinating. Oh, because we got steel. Now steel exists. Which means I can set up aqua tuners here as steel? Show me aqua tuners. Thermo aqua tuner. No, actually, not for a while. I'm going to need a lot of steel to make that happen. Distressing. Mental health has never been better. Right on, right on. Plus, now you care about taking care of your physical health. I have heard that story numerous times, actually. That makes a lot of sense. Do I want to build it out of nickel? Nickel feels dangerous because overheat. Like, overheat feels like it's going to be a problem here. But yeah, I have heard that from actually a lot of people who went through any kind of transitioning process was they finally felt in touch with their bodies in a way that they didn't prior to transitioning, and that gave them a reason to care about their own health that they didn't have before. So yeah, that all checks out. That all seems very real. So many places I need my dupes to go digging. Get to work, dupes. We've got so much work to do. How many aqua tuners do I need here is the thing. Aqua tuners do like exactly 12 degrees, is that right? 14. So if I want to bring it down below like 40, that's going to need from 95 down to 81, down to 71, 67, down to 53, down to 39. 4 aqua tuners to get down to 39. Getting closer to releasing your book? Nice. I did see that you were looking for betas. I'm debating signing up, but I also know that the way I do task prioritization, it is going to be difficult for me to for me to successfully prioritize doing the thing even if I want to do the thing. So I haven't signed up for it yet, but know that it was on my mind. So I need 4 of these bad boys? That's a lot of aqua tuning. And do I think that I can successfully build them out of nickel without that being a problem? I can build them out of refined metal too, right? If I refine a bunch of nickel ore, is that going to be better for me? Wait, can I build them out of refined metal? Just need 1 aqua tuner and a loop to cycle the coolant until it's where you want it. That also potentially. That requires more automation? I guess it's the same throughput, huh? No, it's not the same throughput. It's less throughput. With more aqua tuners, it's more throughput. Not that I necessarily know that I need more throughput. I guess if I want to build them out of steel, then I should probably just build the 1 aqua tuner and then figure out the rest separately. Because the amount of steel that I'd be trying to burn through. But if I'm just building a bunch of aqua tuners, maybe I can try building them out of nickel and see how much of a disaster that is. It feels like it's going to be a disaster, actually. It really does feel like it's going to be a problem. Well, I'm building them out of raw iron. Doesn't help in a way that I want it to, unfortunately. Yeah, this doesn't give me the bonus overheat. But if I built them out of refined iron, that would work. Not that refined iron is on the list. So maybe I just build them out of steel? Maybe I just build them out of steel. Typically, you're not aqua tuning the material you want, you're running coolant. And the coolant goes to radiant pipes, metal tiles to cool off what you want. Oh, that's also fair. Yeah, I'm pretty far from that stage of my life. In this case, I am just trying to cool off the material. And I don't know whether or not that's a reasonable way to do things. Is this outputting hydrogen gas? Is that where this hydrogen gas is coming from? Because it feels like there's a lot of hydrogen gas here. And that is potentially concerning. Yeah, like, I just want this water to not be, you know, higher than 60 degrees when it hits the desalinator. Because I want the water that comes out of the desalinator to not, you know, unreasonably heat up my base. The real question is whether or not building an aqua tuner out of nickel is going to cause me more problems than it's going to solve. Because I remember trying to do something like this before, but I don't remember exactly what I was trying to do the last time I tried to do this. And I think it was something associated with steam, which is what caused the problems. Because the temperatures were just a lot higher. I was working with a lot higher temperatures. And if my temperatures are around the 100-degree mark, then the aqua tuner is maybe fine. As long as it's still, you know, within the water. So it's not just, like, on its own trying to radiate heat somehow. Yeah, alright. Let's just dump 4,800 nickel ore into this and see how well that works. Oh, that's going to be so much power. Oh my god, that's going to be so much power. Yeah, this is completely unreasonable. All of this is completely unreasonable. Maybe we're just getting hot water. Keeps from overheating, but you're heating the material you're trying to cool and thus self-defeating. Yes, agreed. Maybe I just ship it and accept the accept the downside. Man. Yeah, maybe we just get hot water and the water is hot. And I'll have to figure out some way to cool this area separately. That is an entirely different thing. I could run some Weezeworts down here. It's not like I'm short on Weezeworts to pull up and try and move into position. But then radiation? Seal it up with insulated tile. Yeah. The clean water pool I have near the salty, though. That's the place to put the aqua tuner, with the plan to put a steam turbine above it someday. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. I see what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah. All right. That can be a plan. Not a near future plan, because we need to figure out oil and plastics before any of that can happen. But it is potentially a plan for the future. How much power do you get out of a steam turbine? It's not enough to power even a single aqua tuner, is it? Yeah. I see. Uh-huh, sure. So I am spending power to delete heat from the environment, as opposed to generating power from the heat. Well, I suppose the other way to potentially handle some of this heat is to just open up one of these cold areas and allow the temperature flow between the two areas to maybe help mitigate it. This is a lot of chlorine to deal with, if that was how I wanted to do it, though. Fossil fragments? Interesting. Fossil fragments. Isn't that related to, like, a win condition? Or at least a, like, milestone? Terrestrial artifacts. Oh, that's probably not fossil fragments. That's probably something else. Okay, never mind. Establish several colonies. Open the temporal tear. Oh. It's something that I think is fairly far away at this point. A lot of things that I think are fairly far away at this point. Okay, I think I need a second filter here to handle all of the chlorine. And we're going to put the chlorine over here in the gas reservoir. So this is an entirely separate issue that I am turning to because I know how to solve this issue, as opposed to the other issue, which I do not know how to solve. Suppose we could do that this way. And then we snip here. Those get separated. Let's let this get built so I can tell it what it's doing. And now I can tell this to filter the chlorine specifically. And then the chlorine goes here. And everything that is not chlorine goes here. Man, I think this thing is not worth it. I think we are done doing anything with you. We've turned this place into a kitchen, and I am not using any of these. Yeah, we're just not doing any of these things. Okay. New plan. Don't do it. And people will not be brawny, because I kind of need my iron. Food is decayed. Who's surprised? Ah, you've already handled it. Well done. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave this, and they're just going to build it. And if it sucks, then it sucks. And we'll figure that out later. Senna earned a skill point. Nice. I guess strength? Kind of just doing whatever at this point. Yeah, I can't afford to worry to go too deep on this boy and his current morale. So have some basic bare bones strength. New printables. A researching booster, eh? Do I want that? Not immediately. I'm going to print some Shinebug eggs. I could print some more people. I'm still planning on printing more people, I think. Question is, what are they going to be doing? Plant murderer. Okay. Building impaired. Oh. Rock fan. Cute. Can you be a duplicate? Absolutely. There is a redeem for it. And I am positive you have the points for it. If you want to, you can specify certain traits, and I'll see if I have those traits available in the dupes that are currently printed. Or you can just be the next one printed. That's also okay. You've got the strength boost here, which is nice. I mean, I can make this booster. I'm not particularly excited about it. Well, I guess I don't know how to make the boosters yet. I don't know where microchips come from. But, at some point, I can make boosters. But I also just, like, need more people doing work. So I think I'm gonna print one of these two idiots. I haven't decided who. Both of them are Iron Gut. So it's really just a matter of the stats, I think. Do I want someone to do ranching, or do I want someone to do, like, agriculture and maybe research? Maybe research, actually. Get this research done a little bit quicker. All right. Welcome to the team, Sainiku. Do you not have a bed? I literally have a bed for you. Why? Why did you make this decision? Okay. Guess it's fine. Like a cat, sure, yeah. This spot looks good. This work appears to be mostly done. However, peat is still somewhat of a problem. Maybe if I had more lungs, they would be less of a problem. You cramped? You are not cramped. Blumlums produce algae. I don't need algae nearly as much as I need peat. Let's crack a few Blumlum eggs. But these lums are producing pretty much exclusively Blumlum eggs because there's a lot of carbon dioxide here. I see the problem. I need a way for the carbon dioxide to empty out so that they will be in oxygen and thus produce more peat, which is what I am looking for. Travaldo! I love this guy. Okay, well, I'm going to spend the thing on the thing that doesn't cost you morale. That's where we're at. All right, Sainiku has a skill point. What did I say we were going to do? Probably start with improved carrying. Because I have no idea what else to give you. That's all you came out here to do? Oh my god, dude. It's a giant chunk of peat. Happy to acquire that. No, the peat! I think this needs to be actually a mesh tile. So I'm concerned about the water. Is this working correctly? It appears to be working correctly. So that's good news. Mostly. Not a whole lot of oxygen coming through here, but some. Did you not get... No, okay, it is going there. That's good. It's fine. Everything's fine. Ada earned a skill point while sleeping. Impressive. We're gonna have you work on. I guess we could start giving you the athletics chain because your morale is pretty high. Salted food for +1 morale. Heck yeah. You have different priorities? Have I prioritized you differently? No, you're mostly just carrying stuff. And also building things. Sure. Yeah, we'll start working on getting you athletics, because what else are we going to do? Alright, did we finally make our way down here? No, this is a long-term project that, is moving rather slowly. This hasn't opened up either. My duplicates are all doing other very different things. I guess it's those long commutes. Major eye irritation. Oh, from the salt water. Yeah, that makes sense. Even with the oxygen mask? It's not how I expected that to work. And Pete slowly being moved over to the place where it is required. Oops, wrong button. Decent there. You can steal some raw eggs. Yes, we have raw eggs. Yo, we have plant husks now. All right. All right. So we have raw eggs, which is important because now I can start making omelets. Also, nobody better eat raw eggs. Don't do that at all. No people eat raw eggs. Good. Problem solved. Presumably. A little bit more progress being made over here. That's good. One at a time before they run away. God. They come out here to dig up one thing and then leave? Like, it's such a long walk for you to do that. I guess that's why they're complaining about long commutes. Checks out. Those commutes are rather long. An incubator seems like it would be a good idea. Oh my god. Oh, you wounded! Oh no. So, collectively, all of these things have reduced your athletics to the point that it is -9. Wow. That's a good thing we have these oxygen masks. These need to be full-on suits, though. Which is what the Rex farm is for, eventually, once that gets running. Am I ready to get this put together? This looks like I'm ready to get this put together. Ready to open this up. And then pipe this all the way out to here. Where am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? I guess to here can be the filter. And then we can filter out... like that. I think I want to have the chlorine in here, though. Isn't that the whole point of this? Maybe I do this differently. Maybe instead, I put the filter here. Oh god. Pressing buttons. I have no idea what's happening. O to rotate. O. How do I want this rotated? Put the door higher up too. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, this whole business is very arbitrary, so I can just put this door one step higher and be okay. Or even, yeah. Shove it off a little bit more to the side and have this go up and then, like, ladder down and then a separate door going into the actual thing. I like that plan, actually. I like that plan a lot. That does require this thing being shoved over a little bit, though. Considering. Maybe this is okay as is, I guess, because this is going to get the carbon dioxide out. But I guess if it's left with chlorine and oxygen in, that's not ideal either. And we want chlorine to be at the top for the dew drippers. No, the dew drippers don't care. They don't require a an atmosphere. Nor do the Rexes, it's the Dartlets that care. The Dartles that care. No? Yes, maybe? No, they just excrete chlorine. Okay, so no one actually cares about being in chlorine because the plants are only there for, so this is just to store chlorine, is what this is. Like, this is just to keep chlorine from getting out into my base, and it doesn't matter what's in here at all. Okay. In that case, yeah, it does make sense to do. Yeah, because I don't care what gases are present here in what concentrations or what locations. I just don't want chlorine to get out of my base, which means we want to be above the chlorine line. Yeah, that makes sense. That means that I want to do... This location, I think, is broadly still fine. But that means I want an extra 2 spaces here. So that ends up looking like this. And then this whole thing goes up. To, like, here. Steel? No, 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 no. Nope. There we go. Yes, okay. What is going on here? Will you just select the tile? Cool. And then the way the gas pump works is... Okay, we're going to need to tile this out because I'm going to need to use this space. So into automation, because we are going to... We're going to need some more nickel, is what we're going to need. Because now I'm going to need a buffer. Then this comes out to here. Here, let's say. Gas filter always rotates. Ooh, I don't like that. New plan. Comes out to here, this way, so that we can do it that way. And the filtered chlorine can go back into here, I guess. And the everything else can go over here. Yeah, this looks like what I want. This looks pretty close to what I want. We are definitely going to need more tile here. All of this is going to need to be tiled. I guess this doesn't need to be tiled. That could just stay as bleach stone? Sure. Ren earned a skill point. Fantastic job, Ren. Your morale concerns me, though, so we're not spending it. Yeah, some stress for people that are hanging out in the hot zone. Yep, that all checks out. It is rather hot out there. Ah, good. This tile finished. So now we can just tile the rest of this. Further plans include... You just, whenever there is gunk available, turn it into gear bomb. NG's tune-up. Oh, rad. Is this a zone? It's a power plant. Oh, that's where microchips come from. Enables microchip tune-ups on heavy-duty generators. Okay. Where is the thing? Is it not here? I guess it's a station. Power control station produces microchips, and those microchips can then be used to make... Wow. And it has to be in a power plant, so you have to have a power plant to begin with. Ugh. Which I guess this is? Which, yeah, I guess this is. Fascinating. How much space is being used here? Current size is 117, so I really can't make this any bigger. Too bad. Cost refined metal and labor time? Yeah. It depends on... I guess, like, the value of it depends on whether or not you can just build extra generators to make up for that power generation. Oh, yep. This is... I was afraid this was going to happen. So this is maybe a bit of a problem. Because now there's water in my tunnel. I do not like that. I do not like that at all. What if I open up some space over here for the water to go into? Alright, if I'm not bothering with aqua tuners, then we can make this a little bit easier on myself. Wow, that's the stuff that already got built, huh? That's awful. But alright, I am committed. Food has decayed. That's also terrible. Oh no, my veggie poppers! In use. Alright, already being swept up. Good, get out of here. Man. Y'all are prioritizing exactly the wrong things here. I don't know if that'll help. Maybe it will. I guess I can force them to prioritize certain things, can't I? Gonna be okay in there? Maybe. Recovering from heat. Okay. Yeah, there was the noise. Just trying to get like a little bit more space for these idiots. It's not exactly working. Digging the chunk under the geyser? Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I need to... do that, I think. That can be a thing that they do. The real problem is I'm doing all this while it's still emitting, which is, like, also awkward. Anyway, we need to do a new research. And I don't know what research will help me in this exact situation. Honestly, I need to start prioritizing space research at this point. Because we're getting pretty close to needing to do... This is the closest I get to atomic power. I can make atomic power banks. Oh no, research reactor. Research reactor. For rod bolt production. Yep. Beach chairs are this difficult to put together? Colored lights? Yeah, okay, that's very difficult research, I agree. Wild. Wild stuff out here. Data miner. Oh. Sure. Cryofuel propulsion. Liquid hydrogen. Yeah, that is so far away from a thing that I care about. Good heavens. All right, I don't know. Pick something. Good heavens. All right. Are my dupes doing okay is the next question. Broadly, yes, maybe? This is almost ready to start cycling. Can I print some ice? None of this is ice. Sweetle larva. Do I want a Sweetle? This is the one that lets you grow grub fruits, right? That's how these work. They do the thing that makes the plants grow faster or better. And also excrete sucrose? Also excrete sucrose if you can give them sulfur. Good comfortable range, though. Oh, you can't have a lot of them in a given space, though. Do I want someone to excrete sucrose? Man, I have no idea. Unclear, to be honest. I'm just going to not. I'm just gonna not worry about it later. This is also like a long-term project that I was going to get into since there is a polluted water vent that solves an additional some amount of my problems. So many different projects that I want my dupes to start working on, and so few of them actually being worked on. It's a problem. Oh, we got skill points. Who's got skill points? Ren, we're still not giving a skill point to. Harold, though. Decisions can be made regarding Harold's ability to do things. Yeah, let's start getting you towards athletics. That sounds delightful. Use it for one-shot barbecue. That's also true. I could just print it and kill it and eat it. A lot of omelet lying around now. That's kind of cool. I could always deliver an omelet over here. No? The omelet's still not high enough quality food? Jeez. I thought omelets were +4. No, omelets are on par with the veggie poppers. +4 morale, but quality 2. Ooh, we're gonna have to get into the real good stuff to hit quality 4. Yeah, great. Okay. No, that's pretty far away. How are we doing on everything else? Ah, I made a digging booster. How did I make a digging booster? I mean, definitely equip it, but like, how did this happen? I don't understand. We had the materials? We have microchips? Tell me more. Microchips. Yo, I have 4 units. Where did these come from? I guess Gizmo made them somehow? What job are you doing? That's a very good question. I don't remember. Yeah, I guess because their overjoyed thing was, no, they were definitely not part of the care package. But here, their overjoyed thing, they distribute microchips when they're overjoyed. Oh my god, that's so good. Yeah. Okay. Well, great. That's fantastic. Sainiku, what are you doing? Did I assign you priorities? I did not assign you any priorities. The things that you are good at are mostly being strong and carrying things. You also have some interest in learning how to farm. And research, apparently. So you might end up being a scientist as well. You can make that happen. What is your science at? Is science 2? Sure. Yeah, alright. Some amount of farming and researching can also happen. In terms of what is being prioritized, Sure, all of this looks good. Yeah, that was worth double checking. Okay, we definitely need to prioritize digging for Gizmo, though. Now that I have the ability to actually do that thing. Priorities. Gizmo. Please excavate. Please do all of the excavating. Well, this almost did it. This is still entirely too much water for me to go digging down. I guess I could try and drain it out by digging here? I don't know. This is probably a waste of time, but whatever. Yeah, maybe don't do that. Liquid exposure, is that a problem? How much of a problem is that? Bionic parts are currently in contact with incompatible liquids. Prolonged exposure could have serious stress. 200% stress per cycle? Nope. You're not doing that. How do I make you not do that? How do I make you never do that again? I need to set up a door. There needs to be a door. Yeah, they would need to be a, in a suit, in an enviro suit. Which, like, possible. Kind of possible. Still going. Can I... Alright, you know what? I changed my mind, buddy. Just for now. Maybe don't do that. Okay. Until I can set it so that you are not going to the water area. It's always do one thing and then leave. No wonder nothing gets done. This place is so far away. People just do one thing and then leave. Ugh. What a trial. You good on power banks? Yeah, I found a Megaphron spore. Oh, because I opened up this space. Oh, this Dartle got... Okay, you're getting wrangled, buddy. This is unacceptable. Alright, the plan here is always going to be grooming station and shearing station. Oh, no filter selected. Yes, no, I do need to filter that on chlorine. Likewise you, on chlorine. Power. That's a real good point, buddy. Well spotted. And you need to filter out the chlorine. That was also always the plan. Yes, great. Every hour on the hour. Striped Cerebra socks. Pensive purple crew socks with a helpful stripe to indicate which end the foot goes into. Oh, that is helpful. All right, everything is a mess. However, my dupes are still surviving. You want socks? Okay, I think I can do that. Hang on, let me see if I can figure out how to give you purple socks. Let's see. If I go here. Sainiku on their way to bed. Fantastic. Blueprint? So these are all the, like, outfits. Restyle. Restyle outfit. Footwear. Hell yeah. Honestly, great. I'm into it. Oh, you want a skirt? Okay, we can do that too. Presumably. Once again, restyle bottoms. Standard pants, fancy pants, shorts, underwear, skirts. I have exactly one skirt unlocked. It's that one. I got to admit, the color coordination here is not fantastic. That's better. Can we do better than purple socks for this? Not really, no. Onesies? Dresses and onesies. Not that I have any of those unlocked. Okay. Yeah. All right. Great. Great. The instant clothing swap. Love it. All right. Good. Good, good, good. Well done. Go team. Ready to give it all for glorious leader. You might have to. I don't know where this is gonna end up. But things are definitely starting to take a downturn at the current stage of the colony. Insufficient oxygen generation. Okay, how insufficient is the oxygen generation? Not very. Things are looking pretty sufficient at the moment. I am remarkably unconcerned about the insufficiency of the oxygen generation. Man, I would love to have some oxyferns, though. That would be very cool. That would be an ideal care package. Do sweat corn eat peat? Oh. We might have to change our primary food source. Because this whole peat business is starting to become a severe problem. Just like as in general. I could make a frost barn? Ooh, I have a lot of Megafront grain. All right, yeah, frost buns. Frost buns forever. Don't particularly care about pancakes. Pancakes are +3. Yeah, I don't care. I don't think I'm going to get to +4s until I get a gas grill. So that is a ways away for sure. Body temperature. It's too hot for the Avogadros? Oh, no. Oh, because the water I'm using is hot. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I understand. I understand. I'm unhappy about it, but I understand. What do I do about it? Because that is, in fact, some warm water. Time check? Yeah, maybe this is a future gym problem. Maybe this is a problem for future gym. Along with all of the other problems. Maybe this is also a future gym problem. Because it is, in fact, about that time. Gotta cut it sooner rather than later. Because I have things to do, places to go, people to see, etc., etc. One of these days, I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to be able to get some oil, but it's still a ways away, it seems. All right, well. Lots of stuff still to do. Extremely a lot of stuff to do. You had to leave your DF game in the middle of a goblin siege rather than go too late. Yeah. I mean, the thing about this game is there's always another problem to solve, right? Like, it's a lot like Factorio, although the tone and timbre of it is a little bit different. But there is just always another problem on the horizon that you need to resolve. Which I guess is what makes the game good. But sure does lend to long play sessions.